Good morning, everyone. Good morning, California. Good morning, staff and commissioners. It is January 26th at approximately 9:30 hours, and I would like to call to order this meeting of the California Citizens Redistricting Commission to order. You guys say that 7 times fast. It's tricky. My name is Derek Taylor, and I am your rotating chair for this meeting and this series of meeting days. The vice chair is Commissioner Pedro Toledo. Pedro, can you wave for us, please? Commissioner Toledo? Thank you. We are going to begin with, we're going to call the roll, and then I will preview our agenda, and then we will move to public comment. So, Director Claypool, if you can call the roll, please.
Certainly. Commissioner Toledo,
Here.
Commissioner Turner, Commissioner Sinai,
Here.
Commissioner Vasquez,
Here.
Commissioner Yee,
Here.
Commissioner Ahmed,
Here.
Commissioner Anderson,
Here.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Here.
Commissioner Fonashari,
Here.
Commissioner Kennedy,
Here.
Commissioner Lamons, Commissioner Sadwani,
Here.
Commissioner Taylor.
Present.
Chair, we have a quorum.
And
Thank you.
Here. You didn't call my name.
Pardon me?
You did not
Oh.
call my name.
I apologize. Commissioner Akutagawa.
Yes, I'm here.
And Commissioner Turner's here. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. So, for those listening and watching, I would like to preview our agenda so that if you want to call in at specific times, if you're unable to stay with us the whole meeting days, you will be able to target those times when you can join with us. So immediately after I preview this call, we're going to go to public comment. We will have general announcements, a chair report, the executive director's report, the deputy executive director's report, chief counsel's report, communications director's report. These are things that we hope to come to today, more than likely in the second half of our meeting day. We will have subcommittee reports. What is important to note is that we're going to have VRA training, and that training is going to commence today at 10:15 a.m. So we're going to have VRA training at 10:15 a.m. In the afternoon, agenda item 11, we're going to have discussion on outreach and engagement. So if that is of particular interest, you can make time to join us for agenda item 11, outreach and engagement, at 1:30 on Tuesday, 1:30 afternoon session. Another important time to note is that tomorrow, Wednesday, January 27th, we will have a panel on economic sector issues. Wednesday, 27th, 10 a.m., if that's of interest and when you would like to join us. Another topic, agenda item to note is Thursday, January 28th, we're going to have our language access recommendations discussion. And if everything follows in order, we will commence with outreach zone, outreach plan, and our data management, our issues. When we adjourn our meeting, it's going to then flow at 1:30 on Thursday. It will flow into our legal access committee. That will be on January 27th. So with that, with the preview of the agenda, I would like to open it up for public comment. Jesse, if you can read the preamble for public comment, please?
In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the Commissioners will be taking public comment by phone. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. The telephone number is 877-853-5247. When prompted, enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed. It is 976-7934-9222 for this week's meeting. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press pound. Once you have dialed in, you will be placed in a queue from which a moderator will begin unmuting callers to submit their comments. You will hear an automated message to press star 9. Please do this to raise your hand, indicating you wish to comment. When it is your turn to speak, the moderator will unmute you and you will hear an automated message that says, "The host would like you to talk," and to press star 6 to speak. Providing your name is not required, but if you would like to, please state and spell it for the record. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you are waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak, and please turn down the live stream volume. These instructions are also located on the website. The Commission is taking opening public comment at this time.
Thank you, Jesse. We're going to wait a few minutes for the live feed to catch up to us. And when we get a caller, please invite them in.
Good morning, caller. The floor is yours.
Yes, this is Renee Westa-Lusk, and I've virtually watched the meetings at the last January session, and I had wanted to send an email that would have been better sent as an attachment, but I ended up typing it. It's pretty long because I couldn't find a way to send the attachment on the Contact Us page. So I just wanted to bring that up to you. And then Commissioner Kennedy at one of the January meetings, I think it was the second day, I'm not sure, had mentioned a speaker request form on the website. I could not find that. This is in reference to submitting an invite to commissioners to a community to do an educational presentation. And then my third, question or comment is the only way to send an invitation to commissioners for the educational presentation is going on the Contact Us page.
Thank you, Ms. Wetzelux. I think we'll have staff look into all the questions that you have raised so that those requests for speakers can be made, and you're able to effectively contact or send attachments accordingly.
Okay. All right. Will you be making that like an announcement how to do those things at any of the meetings, or will it be published on the website somewhere?
As soon as we get an answer to, we'll figure out the most effective way to do it. If I can make an announcement as to how to do it, I will, or we'll publish that on our webpage.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. Jesse, do we have any more callers?
We do, Chair. One moment, please.
Thank you.
Good morning, caller. The floor is yours.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Juanita Salas. I'm a resident of El Centro, California, and a 20-year community activist here locally. I'm also a former elected member of the Community College Board and other local elected positions. I am calling regarding your strategic outreach plan, item 6 on your agenda. I definitely appreciate your clear commitment to engaging the public. However, the current plan appears to confuse equal with equitable. Equal means treating everything exactly the same. The plan has 5 educational presentations in each of the 11 zones. This may be equal, but is it equitable when you consider that zone H has 50 times more people than zone G? Dividing resources based strictly on population would be no less equitable. Ignoring geographically isolated areas just because they are small would not be fair. And equity requires impartially looking at what is fair and appropriate given all the circumstances. As a longtime organizer, I suggest for now we focus on phases 1 and 2, production and education, and then definitely return to phase 3's public input meetings later. You can't know what will be equitable for your input phase until you know who you reached and who you missed in your education phase. You can plan, but don't commit. I would separate time and money. Time is your most limited resource and where you should start. Decide on a minimum number of educational meetings you need to have in each zone. I'd suggest 2. Then distribute additional meetings based on an impartial population formula. Finally, make adjustments based on concentrations of groups with accessibility considerations listed under Goal 3. Except no matter how many educational meetings you have, they will never be enough. This is where money can help. They may be small geographically isolated areas and counties, and they may be politically disenfranchised groups disinclined to trust government. They may be immigrant communities with specialized language access issues. There may be disability groups that are not concentrated in each particular zone, but spread throughout the state. Your grant framework should definitely explicitly prioritize those groups not well served by meetings and other broad-based outreach efforts. That's the definition of equity, being fair, impartial, and looking at all the circumstances. I definitely appreciate you taking the time to listen to my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your comments. Jesse, do we have another caller?
We do, Chair. Good morning, caller. If you would like to give your name, could you please spell it, please?
Good morning. This is Lori, Lori. Last name Schellenberger, Shellenberger, and I'm the redistricting consultant for Common Cause. Good morning, Chair Taylor and commissioners. I'm calling in with a couple of short questions about a couple of the handouts that were posted and what action might be taken related to those. And those are items 9J on the grant structure options. And as you know, I facilitate a large collaborative of statewide organizations. And in reviewing the handouts, we were wondering what action you may plan to take on those today. It wasn't agendized as a specific item, so maybe it's just part of the subcommittee report. But if you could clarify that, and also what you see as the mechanism for public feedback on that and what the window will be for that before you choose an option, we would appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think more of that will be revealed during the grants committee's subcommittee report out. And of course, before we take any action, we have to open it up for public comment. Thank you for your comment. Jesse, can you invite in the next caller, please?
Good morning, caller. If you would like to give your name, could you please state and spell it, please?
Sure. Good morning. My name is Helen Hutchison, HelenHutchison, and I am representing the League of Women Voters of California. And I wanted to start by thanking you, Chair Taylor, for making the schedule so clear. It is really helpful to those of us who are monitoring the meetings. And I also want to appreciate the care that has been taken in the current job postings. And I want to focus particularly on the line bar and the data manager. We really appreciate the focus on the communities of interest input. But we also want to highlight that you need to also allow for members of the public, either groups or individuals, to submit full maps. It may be a map of a region showing what they think district lines should look like, or it may be a map for the whole state showing what they think district lines should look like. That's important kind of input that you're going to be getting in addition to the community of interest input that you have been focusing on to date. So we really appreciate that. And one final piece, when you are doing your schedule, when we know when the census data will be released, you need to then allow time for members of the public to look at that census data and submit their suggested maps to you before you actually start drawing your maps. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Hutchison. Your critical review, the California's critical review, both positive and negative, is much appreciated. So thank you. Jesse, do we have another caller?
One moment, Chair. Callers, if you could please press *9 to raise your hand, indicating you wish to comment. Good morning, caller. If you would like to give your name, could you please state and spell it for the record, please?
Deborah Levine, DebraLevine. Your past meeting presentation of the upcoming website looked great. I watched the video of the presentation online so I could follow the dialogue and view the slides. I have one suggestion: to add a section, what your community is saying. Knowing what others are saying is often as important as your own thoughts. It would allow feedback from the public to agree, add to an idea, or challenge by disagreeing with making a comment, plus adding positive input that may not have been heard. It could be a dedicated area for posting public comment, maps, videos from the input hearings, and lists the groups and individuals you have met with or are scheduled to meet with. Again, the previews of the new website look great, and hope this suggestion helps make it even better. And I want to thank you very much for all your work.
Thank you very much for your comments. Jesse, please invite in the next caller.
Good morning, caller.
Hello, my name is Alice Smith. I'm the Executive Director of National Voter Corps, and thank you for taking the call. I'm wondering if I'm able to see this meeting or whether it's only through the phone. I found the logon to be very confusing, and I am interested in watching or having other people also watch these hearings and participate as an active person interested in voting rights for all. Thank you.
Thank you. The meeting can be viewed on the website wedrawthelines.california.gov. And there should be a spot for the live feed.
So when you're there, go near the top, and it's in blue, and it says click here to access the live stream feed under meeting and agenda handouts.
That is correct. And that link should take you right to the live stream. Thank you for your call. Jesse, do we have anyone else in the queue?
Good morning, caller. Could you please, if you would like to give your name, could you please state and spell it for the record, please?
Yes, hi, my name is Sarah Carrillo, and I'm calling as a member of the public who lives in Davis. I've watched several of your virtual planning meetings and wanted to share my thoughts about public input. I also watched the local redistricting process in Davis. A city of 70,000 is admittedly different from a state of 40 million.
But my observation is that redistricting is not a jigsaw puzzle. It is more like a Lego project. Before I explain, some commissioners appear to think most public testimony will be tied to a map. That's not what happened in Davis. While some people submitted maps of neighborhoods or the entire city, most public testimony did not include a map. Some also seem to believe that public testimony that is not tied to a map is inherently less valuable. Again, that's not what I saw in Davis. The most important testimony ultimately came down to providing information that helps when assigning priorities and facing trade-offs. Yes, all of the different counties needed to be identified, but which should be split when everyone can't be kept whole. Public testimony is incredibly valuable information when making those decisions, whether or not it was provided with an accompanying map. A map may show you the where of a community, but it doesn't tell you anything about the other 5 W's. What makes it a community? Why is it important? When is it most important that it be kept together rather than assigned to another community? I live in the Mace Ranch neighborhood in Davis. Everyone knows where Mace Ranch is. There are many maps that show where Mace Ranch is, and if those maps differ by a block, I'd be surprised. If I had submitted redistricting testimony to my council on Mace Ranch shouldn't be kept whole, it would have to be made any more or less informative by a map. Later in your process, I'm sure that there will be input about the lines from members of the public in Davis. There will likely be testimony with thoughts on what district Davis should be in. Should Davis go with Napa, Sacramento, Solano? You already know where all of those places are. You don't need a map from me or others, but what you do need is input from people from their communities about representation about their cities. This is why I wanted to reach out. I really believe that the commission's job isn't to put together a jigsaw puzzle. Once you identify and sort all of the pieces in a jigsaw puzzle, you usually have a pretty good sense of what you're trying to create. Similarly, someone putting together a Lego project also needs to start by identifying all of the available pieces, communities, Legos. There are limitations on what we can create, legal for you, physics for them. But unlike the jigsaw puzzle, there is not one correct answer. Are you creating a race car or a house? Should the roof be blue or green? How many doors should it have? Others can provide valuable feedback on what to do with your pile of bricks, and that feedback no more requires an architectural schematic than public feedback on redistricting requires a detailed map. Legoland is a resort. It is in Carlsbad. You can find it on a map, but a map won't tell you what district to put it in. But those who live nearby can tell you that. That's the true value of public testimony. Thank you for your time. Bye.
Thank you, Ms. Carrillo, for your comments. We take all your statements to heart. Jesse, can you invite in the next caller?
Yes, Chair. Callers, as a reminder, please press star 9 to raise your hand to indicate that you wish to comment. Chair, I don't believe any callers are in the queue.
Okay, thank you very much, Jesse. At this time, then, we will conclude public comment and we'll move on to agenda item number 3, general announcements, commissioner updates, and items of interest to the commission. Any commissioner with a general announcement or something for the good of the body? Commissioner Sinai, go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to share that I did present last week to the Southern California Tribal Chairs Association. It went well, so that was our first presentation. The questions, there were some good questions, a lot of wanting to engage. They did ask questions about how we're going to be doing outreach to tribal communities that don't have tribal land. And we had said that, I shared that we did have a presentation from a community organizing group that's reaching out to them. And we're also really looking into that with our zones, and they were excited about that. And I did invite them to participate, as well as those tribal communities that have philanthropy, to consider supporting those efforts that are organizing tribal communities throughout California to do redistricting.
Thank you. Sounds like it went very well. Commissioner Anderson?
Thank you, Chair. I received an invitation to come and present along with Commissioner Kennedy from the newly elected mayor of Ridgecrest, California, which is a rural community that is in the Indian Wells Valley. It's actually in northeast Kern County, but it's east of 395, and it's close to sort of a gateway to Death Valley, that sort of area. They've had a 6.4 and then a 7.1 earthquake last July, and they reached out to me as the structural engineer, and Commissioner Kennedy, who also lives in a high desert rural area, as far as thinking that we would represent their community sort of the best. And so we're working out when we can do some presentation with them.
Got it. And Commissioner Anderson, did they reach out to you, or did you find them as your outreach search?
No, they reached out to me, which they actually were listening to our meetings, and they heard us talk about rural communities, and that rural community, they understood when we said any community can reach out to any commissioner who they think would really represent their community, and they took that to heart. So I was very pleased, one, that we had reached a rural community, and they did indeed reach out, which I thought was, basically a wonderful thing for our group. So I'm, again, to all the people out there who might be watching, might be afraid, please reach out to any of us. And as we heard Ms. Renee Westelux request what's the format that people can reach and ask for speakers. And I think that the staff is working on exactly how to do that, and we'll make that presentation probably later on during this meeting. But thank you very much for reaching out, and we will be working out the details.
I appreciate it. We encourage everyone to contact us, and we're looking forward to those opportunities. Commissioner Snide, your meeting was virtual, I'm assuming, just confirmation that it was.
Yes. It was virtual.
Got it. Any other commissioners with announcements? Go ahead, Commissioner Sinai.
Sorry, I wasn't sure if Commissioner Ahmed was going to share or but Commissioner Ahmed and I will be presenting on Thursday. We just received the invitation to the Asian Pacific Islander Initiative in San Diego, and they have invited commissioners from different redistricting efforts throughout San Diego and the state. So we're looking to get more information on that, but we'll be doing that outreach.
Thank you. Any others going once? Commissioner Kutagawa?
I guess I'll just pile on here. My sense is that I think from our announcements before, people are reaching out. So I guess I'll just first comment to anybody in the public who's listening, if there is a particular commissioner, and I don't want to pile on to their emails, but this might be the easiest way for those who might want a presentation to reach out to one that they may particularly be interested in, or to reach out to the staff. I know that Commissioner Sadwani and I, as part of our work, outreach work in Orange County, we've been contacted by the Orange County Civic Engagement Table. They are interested in scheduling a presentation with us. So we will be talking with them soon. We've already included the staff in that communication as well too. So we'll see the preliminary conversation that we have and whether we can have that lead to a presentation. I also want to mention that I had a conversation with the new executive director of California's Asian and Pacific Islander Commission. And we did also have a conversation about scheduling a presentation to Asian and Pacific Islander serving organizations. She's from the Central Valley, so she is particularly, I think, interested in trying to organize something there, because I think that's where a lot of her main contacts are. I have informed Commissioner Turner because I did mention to her that Commissioner Turner is from the Central Valley. So we're going to look to see about scheduling something maybe sometime in March. We just kind of left it rather vague right now, but March seems to be a good time frame. So we're going to try to figure out timing on all that. So I just wanted to share that with all. And if anybody's listening and they're becoming inspired as a result of it, please do feel free to reach out. One other thing that I wanted to mention, and I guess this comes back to what our first public caller mentioned about how to reach out. The person I spoke to at the API Commission mentioned that she's been having conversations with different organizations. There's been interest expressed in redistricting. There seems to be two things going on. One, there's just a lot of things going on with COVID, and a lot of organizations are focused on that as well too. But the other comment she said is people are interested, but they're not really quite sure how to get involved or what to do or what they can do. So I think that continued effort that I think Freddie is or Director Cejas is putting together is going to be important in terms of really trying to get some information out there where it's going to be clear for anyone to be able to easily see how they can set something up, and also what can they do to really get more engaged in redistricting. Thank you.
Thank you. We reset our auction, so going once, going twice.
Chair Taylor, I'll share for the Central Valley for Zone F. Commissioners Vasquez and I will be presenting to a couple of groups actually. So one reached out was Leadership Council, and so we believe we have a meeting that we're trying to confirm for noon on the 12th of February. And also I reached out to a lot of the contacts that I had at the Fresno table, and also for the Central Valley United for Power, which is a bunch of groups that come together from different organizations in the Central Valley. And they will also be scheduling presentations with Commissioner Vasquez and I in the next few weeks.
Thank you. It sounds terrific. We're moving from our informal contacts to our formal presentations. Anyone else? All righty, so we will close up. Commissioner Kennedy, go ahead.
The Riverside County, San Bernardino County team has been invited to speak to the Inland Empire Redistricting Hub on Wednesday, the 10th of February. I've also had an initial conversation with the leadership of Mi Familia Vota. So we're in the process of working out timing for a presentation to them, and otherwise planning to send out a note to a fairly large list of organizations in the two counties this week to start scheduling events.
Terrific. Any last bidders? All right, so we'll move on to the agenda item number 4, the chair report. Behind the scenes, I think everything that might be of note will come out during our subcommittee reports. So nothing significant from the chair in that the body needs to be made aware of. Everything seems to be flowing fine. The workings, the team is working well, staff is working well. So from my standpoint, I would move on to number 5, the executive director's report. Director Claypool.
So, thank you, Chair. I was wondering whether we wanted to prepare for the 10:15. Is that we have a 10:15 presentation, or do we? Before I give my report.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do have a 10:15. I was hoping that we would take a brief recess at 10:10
Okay.
And then we would come back and open up at 10:15. If your report would take, uh, I guess if you don't want to open it up and we could pause right here.
I think that would be wise. What I
More
have is going to
ideal.
take longer than the 5 minutes that we have there.
So then what we'll do is we'll take a brief recess and we'll come back at 10, 10:10 and we'll await our panelists. Thank you. Welcome back. Um, we are going to transition shortly to agenda item number 10, VRA training. I'm going to turn this over to Commissioner Sadmani and Commissioner Yee. Briefly before I do that, um, if there's anyone that is awaiting in the queue for public comment, we probably will not return to public comment until after lunch, which is when we normally have public comment after lunch, and you'll be able to comment, make a general comment or comment on this particular agenda item number 10. So I don't want to hold you up. We will return from lunch at approximately 1:30. So with that being said, I'll turn it over to Commissioner Sadwani and Commissioner Yee for VRA training, agenda item number 10.
Thank you, Chair Taylor. Actually, we do anticipate opening for public questions about the coming presentation before lunch. So it may be possible if the caller is calling about VRA matters to hear them then. But your VRA subcommittee has been busy lining up training for the commission to turn our attention once again to VRA matters, and now trying to pivot towards from the more theoretical training we've got in the past to more concrete examples of the work that we'll be facing. And later today, we'll have a panel of representatives from various organizations in the state speaking to specific community concerns about VRA considerations. But right now, we're fortunate to have Professor Chad Dunn come to us from the UCLA Voting Rights Project, which he co-founded with Professor Matt Barreto, whom we've also heard from. And Chad has Professor Dunn has a lot of litigation under his belt. This past year, he was involved in several cases in Texas about voting rights, challenging restrictions that have been proposed or enacted there, voter ID laws, vote by mail matters, and so forth. So he's been gracious enough to agree to come to us this morning to review the VRA generally, but more importantly, to start looking at actual cases that have come in the past on VRA grounds and help us start thinking about what we need to consider when we get to mapping. So I believe he has a slideshow for us, and we'll have about a half hour to hear from Professor Dunn and then open it up for your questions and questions from the public. So Professor Dunn, take it away.
Thank you, Commissioner, and nice to meet you all here virtually. Thank you for including me as part of this important process, but even more importantly, thank you for the time, commitment, the blood, sweat, and tears you're putting into this process of, as somebody who's fought for voting rights for going on exceeding 2 decades now, voting rights for every citizen from every walk of life and from every background. What you all are doing, in my view, is the foundation of democracy. So the union is held together by the work that you've agreed to undertake. So I could not have more of a hat tip and respect for each of you for agreeing to take out of your time to do that. I will take a little bit of time today, and I can let you know that I've spent a little time looking at actually all the presentations you've received up until now, or at least that are available publicly online. And so I've tried not to duplicate a lot of that today, instead to weave some of that together in kind of a comprehensive presentation to you on what I think makes sense for you to consider as a reasonable redistricting process to undertake to make sure you stay in compliance and your work is ultimately safely defended under the VRA. So let me share my screen here at the moment. And if you'll give me 1 second. All right. Hopefully you see the slides that we prepared. Maybe a thumbs up from one of you. Yep. Okay, great. So as was mentioned, I'm going to discuss a lot of the things that go into a successful approach to redistricting that complies with the Voting Rights Act. And I'm going to spend some time today kind of talking about, first, a little bit about the UCLA Voting Rights Project and some background on me and some of the other lawyers and experts that at the project that help put together this presentation and that work on our joint efforts. I'm also going to discuss the redistricting process sort of generally. It's somewhat uniform around the country in terms of the basic steps, and I won't spend too much time on that, so I know you've gotten some of that. And we're going to talk about the basic redistricting principles. Obviously, your work has been set by state constitutional law and other laws that tell you what redistricting principles that you can follow and which ones, in fact, you are to not follow. And we'll give a little consideration to those. As was mentioned, I want to talk about 3 sort of exemplar cases to kind of give you a sense of the kind of litigation that you might have over the course of this process or in challenge to any final maps. And I've been on all sides of that. I've represented governmental units that have in the process of redistricting. I've defended many, and I've sued quite a few. And so I'm going to try to give you 3 cases from all those perspectives to give you a sense of the steps and what's involved. And then I've also put together a little bit of a legal training here to what exactly the Federal Voting Rights Act requires, some little bit of history about the amendments of the act, because there are cases coming before the U.S. Supreme Court this term and next that the background of which I think might help you understand your work and the ultimate attorneys that you hire, why they might give you advice to handle things a certain way. There's some great uncertainty in the law at this moment, and so I want to spend some time talking about that. And then we'll talk about vote dilution claims, the actual elements that a plaintiff has to prove that a court will consider, and vote dilution claims under the 14th Amendment, what that will look like. And I don't intend to try to put on a law class today. I know many of you know some of this stuff, but the reason I think it's helpful, if only as a resource, to get into a little bit of the nuts and bolts of these statutes is because I think it may help some of you understand why it is it makes sense to handle the process anyway a certain way. So just a little bit about the VRP. Was started in 2018 by political science and Chicano studies professor, Dr. Matt Barreto, who has been a testifying expert for at least 15 years in federal cases around the country. I met him originally as retaining him as an expert witness in cases. I put him on the witness stand probably a half dozen or more times, presented him at depositions. And he and I recognized that there was a need for a center that could train new Voting Rights Act litigants or attorneys, but also develop social science techniques to observe various pieces of evidence that courts will consider in these cases. And a lot of times, unfortunately, the lawyers get hired to do a case and then they go find experts. We thought it would be helpful to have a collaborative approach when a voting rights issue is presented, to sort of have both folks in both places and to train graduate students and law students in that endeavor. So at this point, the VRP's 4 lawyers and growing. Excuse me. There are 3 social science fellows. These are, PhD graduate students, 3 research analysts, 5 legal fellows. These are folks that recently graduated from law school or are about to. And so that makes up our UCLA VRP. A little bit about myself. I'm one of the co-founders, as I mentioned. I'm the legal director. I have been litigating voting rights cases for going on 2 decades, for over 100 cases related to voting rights, elections, voting campaigns, that sort of thing. I've argued appeals in circuits around the country. I've argued over 24 federal circuit appeals. I've been counsel of record in many U.S. Supreme Court cases. I've represented, as I mentioned earlier, a number of political subdivisions in the drawing of maps and then later in the defense of maps. And recently we've been active. The UCLA VRP has been, as was mentioned, very active defending the state of California's decision to further facilitate vote by mail during this pandemic, and also to have aggressive enforcement of the California Voting Rights Act, which applies to districts and political subdivisions in California, not to state conduct, but very important statute that we helped defend the constitutionality of at the Ninth Circuit in a recent case. So that's a little bit about me. I want to talk about now kind of the redistricting process as a series of steps. Some of these things can get moved around, but typically this is what I see as the major steps. The first is to design your system, and let me back this up and sort of put it to you in an analogy that I like to use to with elected officials about the redistricting process. But I view it, because I have a background in the theater, somewhat about like a stage production. You, as the commissioners, of course, are the stars of the show. You're the ones that will be leading this effort, making the decisions. With you, sort of on the stage, are stakeholders, the civil rights organizations, voting rights organizations, other stakeholders in the community, mayors, other folks who have things to say and add. And then, of course, the ultimate audience will be the public in California and courts that are going to consider the legality of your work. The attorney that advises, or a group of attorneys that advise throughout this process, I view kind of as the stage managers. They make sure that various things happen at the right time in the right way to put the commission in the best place of defending its decisions later, and of course give advice to commissioners while they exercise the judgment and discretion they've been empowered with, and help them understand the legal impact of various ideas and proposals, and the possibilities and methods to confirming court approval of those proposals if they're ultimately adopted. And as you're going to see when we get into the VRA itself and what it requires plaintiffs to show, process is sometimes akin to result. So the court's going to look as closely at process as it will the result. I liken it something like a math teacher. A lot of math teachers want you to get the right answer, but if you don't show the right work, you still get the question wrong. And in a lot of ways, redistricting is that way. You've got to show your work, follow up a somewhat rigid process, and then ultimately that work is judged. So in the system design, we want to design a fair and organized public process. Here, the provisions of law require a certain number of public hearings. Those are advisable anyway. The commission may decide to do more of those. You want to consider what redistricting principles, and as I mentioned, some of that's laid out by law, but there, I think, are places that the commission might want to fill in on additional redistricting principles that it wants to consider. You, of course, want to figure out and coordinate your field hearings and the timing of the field hearings. Does it make sense to have some of these now? Should they all be held until after the census data is available? The latest information is we may not have census data until July. If that's true, does it make sense to have some field hearings now and save some for afterwards? That's an important consideration. I'll just say I think it's critical that there are at least some field hearings after the census data comes out. But it may make sense to do some now. A process needs to be designed to receive, sort, and consider the public input to make sure it's meaningfully listened to and get sorted to each of you, so you can decide as the commissioner, sort of which input you think ought to carry the day, so to speak, and weigh other stakeholder considerations. The next thing is procure and consider relevant subject matter expertise. This is a piece that has always been important in redistricting, but I think is even more important this cycle. I don't have the time to sort of tease it out in detail, but because Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act has essentially been undermined for the time being, it may be necessary for jurisdictions to engage in specific Section 2 Voting Rights Act analysis. California's done that in the past. I think there are probably some additional steps we might want to do under that, or the commission might want to consider doing this go around. I'll talk about that a little bit in a moment, but as a component of the Section 2 analysis, you typically need some additional information. And the additional information you need, you've heard about it from Dr. Barreto and others is what's called a racially polarized voting analysis. And this is where you take election returns of certain elections and you make a determination as to whether or not the majority racial voting group is, excuse me, is voting in opposite to the minority voting groups there. And that's a matter of mathematics and social science study, but ultimately the lawyer and the commission will need to consider that information. Additionally, you might want some historical background and research, which you also often see in a Section 2 Voting Rights Act case. Is a historian, a professor, testifies about the history of this community or this area of the state and the extent to which racial minorities there have been subjected to official and community discrimination. So it may make sense to procure that kind of research on individual areas of the state or perhaps the entire state. The next thing is that, and I think these things are distinct in my view, you have the council that's advising the commission that's advising this process. I think you also, it makes sense to hire, and what I typically do is hire outside Section 2 legal experts. So these are additional attorneys who are providing a written opinion that based upon their analysis of the Voting Rights Act, based upon their review of the RPV analysis we've retained, based on the historical research we've retained, based on the proposed maps that we provided to the expert, Section 2 does or doesn't require a district in this particular area. And that way, when you get into court, you have a witness who is a legal expert credentialed that can testify, here's the review, that we did. And then you have the lawyer that sort of helped the commission manage this process, handling the litigation. And it signals to the court, this is, two separate legal experts from different organizations have confirmed and are arguing to me, this United States District Judge, that this process was legal and this result was legal. It puts you in the best position, in my opinion, to get approval of any map. And then, of course, the final thing are mapping possibilities. Under Section 2, you draw what-if maps. They're not maps, sometimes never intended to be used, but they're used to demonstrate certain conditions. I'm going to talk about that briefly in a moment. And so the next thing is, the debate and consideration process. After all this information has been collected and at least some of the public testimony has been received, then, there needs to be a process to receive proposals, make sure each of the commissioners feel and in fact are empowered to make proposals and adjust the final outcome. Receive and review any reports from stakeholders. The commission's going to receive letters, advocacy from various organizations and individuals, and making sure that information is seriously considered and given attention in the final product. It needs to be considered. And then the debate and amendment process needs to be inclusive. It needs to be public. Obviously, that's required by law. But every member of the commission needs to, have their opportunity to be facilitated, their ideas and participate in the debate and consideration. And obviously approval at the end of the day is the final adoption and producing a public report. Sometimes it makes sense to produce a report that says, this is the map, and here's why we did some of these things in the map. So you want to kind of figure out that process on the front end. What will that look like? Collect together the information and produce whatever reports the commission ultimately decides if it wants to issue. All right, so there's some basic principles here, and I'm going to touch on the federal parts of this. I know you've been told about the enacting laws for the commission and what they require, but the federal laws, which under the Supremacy Clause of the U.S. Constitution overcome any state laws to the contrary, are boiled down to these two main ones. Under the 14th and 15th Amendment, districts may not be drawn on the consideration of race. So generally, when you draw part of this map, and really when you draw all of the map, you go into the map and you look at these redistricting principles that are laid out in the state constitution, and you're not allowed to focus. The Constitution prohibits, U.S. Constitution prohibits your focus on race, unless the Voting Rights Act authorizes racial consideration. So the Voting Rights Act will tell you this is an area of the state, if these conditions are met, that you're allowed to consider race in drawing your new map. And so the Federal Voting Rights Act analysis is, I call it the keystone of the redistricting process. You need all the other stones over the archway, but you've got to start with that keystone if you want the construction to live in the end. And so Also, one of the important considerations while we're doing kind of the Voting Rights Act analysis is that equal protection dictates that a state's redistricting plan is within a 10% deviation. Some people call this a safe harbor. I probably have been caught saying that a time or two. It's not exactly right. In a case cycle before last called Larios versus Cox that was ultimately decided by the Supreme Court in a summary affirmance, which gives it somewhat of a Supreme Court precedential position. The state of Georgia was, their plan was struck down, even though it was within 10% deviation. The court said if there's evidence that that 10% deviation has been used for unlawful means, in that case, the use of race unlawfully, then the 10% deviation doesn't protect either. So there's more to it than just that. But generally, you want your offices to be within 10% deviation, and congressional offices have to be as near to perfect as you can make them. And so that's another part of the process. Sometimes you may end up splitting voting precincts and doing some other techniques to make sure your congressional districts are equal. So I wanted to give you 3 examples of work that I've done, cases I've done, to give you a little bit of a sense of what some of these things can look like. Before I get into these, I just want to point out that, as we've seen in the recent presidential election, and really as I've seen over the course of my career, more and more of the redistricting process is subject to litigation. So it used to be the case that the governmental board or agency or the legislature got together, drew the map, and then everybody sued over it. My experience is there's litigation now during the process where groups are dissatisfied with how the process is going, whether they've been included it. And so I think you can expect that. For example, I think there may be litigation on the statistics, the population numbers the commission uses to draw its district. There's controversy out there. Some folks believe that citizen voting age population ought to be the metric to equalize districts and not total population. There's a case, Evanwell v. Abbott, that I was involved in, the U.S. Supreme Court, that leaves some daylight for state to decide between those two. So I wouldn't be surprised if the commission saw some litigation on that, and probably some procedural other issues along the way. But these cases here are cases that, I would call sort of after the fact or cases. The first one is Harding versus Dallas. We're going to see more cases like Harding, and that's why I selected it to talk to you about it. Dallas County, Texas was sued in this case. I defended them along with some other lawyers and represented them in this redistricting process. A group of Anglo voters in Dallas County brought suit against Dallas County, arguing that its new map for what they call commissioners' courts in Texas, which is 4 individuals and a county judge, which is kind of an at-large position on the county commissioners' court. The Anglo voters were arguing that because they were now the racial minority in Dallas County, that they should be entitled to a district of their own under the Voting Rights Act. And that because they had been subjected to historical discrimination in Dallas County, the Voting Rights Act protections should kick in, for them. And the case was initially brought really to challenge the Voting Rights Act. There was a belief that we would, defend the case, or the county would defend the case by saying whites can't avail themselves of the Voting Rights Act. But the county immediately conceded that all racial minorities are entitled to defense under the Voting Rights Act. The Department of Justice in the 1990s confirmed that by memo. The Fifth Circuit has now confirmed that in the appeal on this case. And so that's one thing that's just noteworthy to you. As you analyze the map, a lot of folks, for good reasons, because of the historical discrimination, focus on, the Black or Latino or Asian American Pacific Islander communities as the places where the Voting Rights Act applies. Careful analysis needs to be given to areas where Anglos are racial minorities and whether or not the Voting Rights Act gives them some protection or requires some outcome there. And so that needs to be part of the process. The criticism in Dallas is that when the map was drawn 10 years ago, we didn't do a Section 2 Voting Rights Act analysis on whites. And so the plaintiffs claimed that they were entitled to that. Now, we ultimately, prevailed because of this reason. In 2011, Dallas County was approximately 33% white. But that population split its vote roughly half between Democrats and Republicans. And so it wasn't possible to draw an additional white district that would elect a Republican. And that's what the plaintiffs were seeking. And the Fifth Circuit ultimately confirmed that, and the lawsuit was ended. But there may be places where there's a white minority, for example, that is voting cohesively and may be entitled to some Voting Rights Act protection. So the federal district court, as I mentioned, found that Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act wasn't violated because you couldn't draw a second map because Anglo voters didn't vote cohesively. The Fifth Circuit confirmed it. Now, this next case is what I'd call traditional in the sense of the arguments, completely untraditional in the sense of the procedural machinations. But Beaumont Independent School District is also in East Texas, is a majority African-American school district and has been since the late 1980s. It wasn't unfortunately integrated under Brown v. Board until the late 1980s. And it didn't elect a black candidate of choice to the school board until the 1990s. But once about 2010 had happened, a majority of the board was elected of candidates of choice for the African-American community. A group of whites got together and petitioned to put on the ballot a ballot measure that would effectively force 2 at-large school board members and 5 single-member districts, and then would schedule these elections at times when the Anglo minority, which was about 46% of the voting population, would have the ability through low turnout to elect a majority white school board to this district that was both majority black and served majority black school kids. And so the school district hired me to defend against this process. At the time I was hired, a state court had ordered the school district essentially to install a majority white school board. And at that point in time, Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act existed. And so we had been ordered, the school district had been ordered to seek preclearance for this plan. And so I filed a lawsuit in Washington, D.C., ostensibly to seek preclearance, but actually to obtain a court ruling that this sort of move was unlawful, that it would result in discrimination against the black community and would itself be a violation of the Voting Rights Act. And so at this point in time, a majority of the officers on the school board were black, what we call black preferred candidates. But as I mentioned, the court was about to force the installation of a majority white school board. So there ultimately ended up being 5 lawsuits. The first lawsuit, as I mentioned, was in DC. We were successful at obtaining a federal court injunction ordering the school district, in opposite to what the state courts had ordered the school district, to not go forward with this plan. I believe that was issued in about April of 2013. On June 26, 2013, the U.S. Supreme Court issued the opinion in Shelby County versus Holder. Was actually in the Supreme Court chamber when this happened, and a lot of us, put our head down. There were tears. We knew immediately what this was going to mean. And when I came out, one of the many things that happened as a consequence of that decision is Beaumont ISD was ordered then to proceed with this plan to install this majority white school board. So we then transitioned as counsel for the school district and filed a new case in federal district court in Texas, under Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, and also a state court case. And we ultimately convinced a state court judge that moving forward with this process would violate Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. The state court agreed with us. We were ultimately able to forestall the change for another election and ultimately obtain the court approval to forestall it completely. So in the end, it was a good ending from the standpoint of the courts and litigation. Unfortunately, I have to report to you that after all the litigation and after we'd been successful at preserving this, the state decided to take over the school district, and then the state installed a majority white supported board, which is unfortunately how it prevailed for a few years after that. But I bring up this case, one, it's just a shocking set of circumstances, but also this is an important lesson in kind of the multi character litigation that sometimes this process brings. You'll have state courts considering matters at the same time one federal court is, and a different federal court will be considering another matter. And in fact, when it comes to statewide redistricting, my experience is that's the norm, not the exception. So I thought it was worth discussing with you. I've also been a party to statewide redistricting cases on the plaintiff side. In Texas, for example, it also was in about 6 different jurisdictions over the course of the case. Another case that of an example is Lone Star Community College System. This is I'm told the second largest community college in the country in terms of students served. It's majority minority. In that case, I represented African American and Latino citizens that lived in the district, and we sued the community college under Section 2 of the VRA because it had at-large districts, and the at-large districts elected white preferred candidates, even though they were the minority, and had recently elected a white majority who had a stated goal of sort of collapsing the school, reducing its funding, reducing its footprint, reducing the number of students it served. So throughout this litigation, we collected information, of course, historically, the racially polarized voting evidence, the mapping considerations, these other items I listed for you earlier, and we were able to convince a federal district court to issue an order forcing them to go to single-member districts, which was at the time the largest jurisdiction in a decade or so that had been forced under the VRA to go to single-member districts. In the next lawsuit, it resulted in the election of a minority preferred majority. And as part of the settlement, we also moved the election date from May in odd-numbered years to November in even-numbered years, which the science demonstrates results in more participation and better representation of individuals' interests. So I want to just do a little bit of law here, and as I mentioned, I've included these slides mainly as a resource, that you can go back to. I've tried to put all of the information in one place, but the Voting Rights Act was itself a struggle, as some of you may know. We, as a country, tried to pass several Voting Rights Acts that were insufficient at securing the right to vote. In 1964, there was a Voting Rights Act passed, but it had no enforcement mechanism and ultimately was ignored, especially by southern states that were dead set on not providing an equal right to vote. So in 1965, the Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, the rest of the Voting Rights Act was passed. And I just want to point out, this is the actual statutory language here. And what I wanted to demonstrate to you is that this statutory language doesn't give you much guidance. I mean, it's more aspirational. This is what cannot be done. This is what we as a country believe in. No voting qualification or prerequisite to voting or standard practice or procedure, and I'm paraphrasing now, shall be imposed on account of race or color. So it left it to the courts to kind of fill in what this means. I wanted to point out also that this is the second part of Section 2 that says that you make an analysis based on the totality of the circumstances. You're to consider whether or not election is equally open to some members or others. And importantly, I want to point out this last sentence. The Voting Rights Act giveth, but it also sort of taketh away. And this last sentence, as part of the compromise in its passage, included that nothing, and I'm paraphrasing, in this section can lead to basically quotas or proportionality. And so when you hear of court cases and you hear of challenges, it's trying to balance these things. How do we protect racial minorities that have been historically discriminated against, but do so in a way that doesn't look like government-imposed proportionality? That's the balance that Congress struck in the statute. There was Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act. I left that in here mainly because there's a bill before Congress at this point that would reimpose Section 5. There are various formulas to decide which jurisdictions would have to comply with it. So California may find itself in the position that, at least in some areas of the state or in total, it has to seek preclearance. There's a different standard there. If it were to come up, I'm happy to come back and address questions about what Section 5 involves. I want to mention real quick the Mobile versus Bolden and the 1982 amendments. And the original Voting Rights Act, the Supreme Court decided in Mobile versus Bolden that it only covered intentional discrimination. So Congress amended the act in 1982 to make it very clear that just the effect of discrimination in voting needs to be remedied. You don't have to show purpose. There are a number of members of the U.S. Supreme Court at this moment that believe that was wrong. And there are arguments that it was unconstitutional for Congress to extend these protections to effects, what we call effects. without the showing of intent. There are cases that are at the U.S. Supreme Court or headed there now raising these issues. And so ultimately what may have to be shown could shift throughout the commission's process. And it's important to keep an eye on these developments along the way. You know, if you have more interest in that, you can take a look at these slides and take a look at Mobile versus Bolden. But the last piece I kind of want to hit today is what is it that a plaintiff has to show in a successful Section 2 case? And why do I want to cover that? Because this is what a jurisdiction needs to look at and make sure that it considers in every step of its redistricting process. So you have the first premise is you can show intent or impact. Intent is shown under what's called the Arlington Heights factors. I've included those here in the slides. And impact is shown based on the Jingles test, what we call the Jingles test. And so that's what I'm going to talk about right now is the Jingles test. There are what's called the preconditions. There are 3, or depending on who you ask, 4 of those. I'm going to list all 4 of them here. Is the minority group sufficiently large and geographically compact to constitute a majority in a single member district? In other words, and there's a lot in there, is that a majority population? Is that a majority CVAP? Can it be one racial group, or can it be a coalition of racial groups that makes this majority? A lot of legal issues to ferret out there. But generally 1 is addressed by map drawing. We sit down and let's say we're focused on an individual region of the state and we want to give consideration to whether or not the Latino population is sufficiently large. We sit down and draw a map and we find out with the map drawers, what can we draw? What's possible to draw there? Setting aside all the other potential considerations, if we were just drawing for Voting Rights Act purposes, what can be drawn? The next and the next 2 are what make up the RPV analysis. This is what Dr. Barreto and others, study and produce a report on and they tell us based on the mathematics and the science, is the minority group politically cohesive? Is this as the white majority, but it could be a different majority in those circumstances? Does the majority vote as a block and opposite? And then I had this 4th precondition. Most people don't, but in a case called Johnson versus DeGrande, the Supreme Court added that you have to be able to show that there's a lack of proportionality. So if this county, for example, has 4 districts and 50% of the districts are Latino, and 2 of the districts elect a Latino preferred candidate, you have proportionality, so you don't have to decide anything else under Jingles. And then you have these factors, totality of circumstances factors. They originated in a 5th Circuit case called Zimmer, and the U.S. Senate adopted them, and then they were listed in the Jingles case. I'm not going to go through each of these, but I'm going to list them all here, and I'm going to add kind of this note. As you look at each of these Senate factors, these totality of circumstances factors, a lot of what's in here is what you're going to want to consider over the process. So as I mentioned, you'll want to consider historical information. You want to take public, testimony. You want to ensure that you have a responsiveness of government officials. You want to consider that in other branches of government. Each one of these factors you will want to consider, and importantly, your counsel will want to consider in determining how your process looks, and in ultimately weighing, kind of the final product. And I know I've gone a few minutes over my time. I'm going to show you this last bit of slides, and then I'll be happy to take any questions if you have any. But on the intent side, remember, Jingles is the test for effects claims. As I mentioned, there are folks, I disagree with them, but there are folks who are arguing that there can't be an effects voting rights claim. And they're asking the Supreme Court to find that. So it's possible that we may see, some adjustment to Jingles. Let's hope not, in my view. But the intent case will remain, these factors. This was a housing case in Chicago, but it applies to voting cases, and hundreds of courts have said so. You apply this test, which is this broad test, and then there's what I'd call a more specific test. But does the affected action affect a protected class in a greater proportion than the others? And was the official action intended to discriminate against a suspect or protected class? But people often don't admit when they intend to do something as that's unlawful and as despicable as race discrimination. So the Supreme Court came up with a series of tests, factors to consider, and those factors are listed here. And you'll see procedure is one of the things they want to look at. Did the governmental unit engage in sequence of events leading up to the challenge decision that were untoward or odd? Did they violate their normal procedures? So a lot of the, as I mentioned earlier, the sort of math part of this is showing your work is to satisfy the jingles and the intent tests later to make sure you can demonstrate to a court this was all done in a normal and fair process. And so you've seen parts of the analysis in various cases. You start by looking at a map, looking at what populations were cracked and packed, and if they were, was there a justification for it? Is it geography? Is there some other component? There are city boundaries, something else going along that justifies it. You want to study court rulings of the past decade in that area to see if there were other vote denial devices going on there. And then you want to analyze all the events leading up to the districting plan. And these factors that I've listed here come straight out of court decisions of what the court's going to consider. Did the government adopt this redistricting plan in a different process than others do? You know, for example, in states that have been found to be intentionally discriminatory, they had a committee of a whole instead of a subcommittee, or they get rid of some supermajority vote requirement, or some kind of procedural machination took place that the courts really hang on. And then what did supporters say? What were members, in this case, members of the commissioners' court saying? What were public members who supported an individual plan saying about the plan? Those are going to be the things that are looked after. So anyhow, it's important for the commission to have a fair process because that's what builds public confidence. Of course, it's required by state law in this case, but it's also important for the litigation. And in most cases, though, in my experience, unfortunately, there's no perfect map that everybody signs up and says that's excellent. And there's going to be some folks who feel left out, and making sure that they have been involved in the process, that their views are adequately taken into consideration and addressed is as important, in my view, as anything else the commission does. You want a careful and thorough public discussion, and you want to pay close attention to the science and data. I mean, well, the commission should have available to it, and I know it's planning to racially polarized voting experts, historical experts, and mapping experts, to give you the background that you need. So that's my presentation today. I hope I haven't taxed you too much longer than you allotted me in time. And hopefully I can answer any other questions or be of assistance to you.
Thank you so much, Professor Dunn. Excellent presentation and so helpful, both in the background and the specific cases. Wow, lots to think about. And thankfully, we have your slides. They are publicly posted and will remain so. Chair, should we go ahead and open the question and answer time to the public, as well as taking questions from the commission?
Yes, we can. Let's just be mindful that we have 8 minutes until we have to take our mandatory break.
Okay. Why don't we go ahead then and invite public comment?
In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the commissioners will be taking public comment by phone. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. The telephone number is 877-853-5247. When prompted, enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed. It is 976-7934-9222 for this week's meeting. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press pound. Once you have dialed in, you will be placed in a queue from which a moderator will begin unmuting callers to submit their comments. You will also hear an automated message to press star 9. Please do this to raise your hand indicating you wish to comment. When it is your turn to speak, the moderator will unmute you, and you will hear an automated message that says, the host would like you to talk, and to press star 6 to speak. Providing your name is not required, but if you would like to, please state and spell it for the record. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you are waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak, and again, please turn down the live stream volume. These instructions are also located on the website. The Commission is taking public comment on the Asian American Advancing Justice and Black Census and Redistricting Hub, VRA training. at this time?
Actually, comments on and questions on the presentation we just heard. We'll have an additional public comment and question time for the panel that's coming. While we're waiting, any questions from the commission? Commissioner Sinai?
Hi, thank you so much for this presentation. It takes me a while to absorb it all and put it into English, my English, I guess I should say, because you did use English. But so I just wanted to check in on, I keep getting confused on the whole idea that race and ethnicity is important, but we can't only focus on that. And you were kind of saying, you were saying they give it and then they take it. And I keep reading the sentence, and I think I finally kind of got what the second piece of that sentence, the taketh, was. Am I right to say that yes, look at race and ethnicity, but the state cannot put any type of quota kind of around it, like a percentage of applicants need to be X, Y, Z?
I'll say yes in part. So the latter part of that is 100% true. The commission and the government is not allowed to impose any kind of quota or benchmarks. The first part I'd reword just a little bit differently, which is that number one, you have to take a local appraisal, the courts say. That's a quote, local appraisal. Number two, you got to consider the totality of the circumstances. You'll recall that language was in the statute. And so what you do is you analyze portions of the state on a geographic basis. So your starting point is there's no consideration of race allowed. The exception to that is if after your experts report back racially polarized voting numbers, and what if maps are drawn on the first jingles precondition that show that racial minorities are living in an area that they could be drawn into a single member district, and your history experts tell you there's a history of discrimination here, then Section 2 not only allows you to consider race, it mandates that you have to consider race in the locations where those factors have been shown. In areas where you can't show those factors, in those areas you don't get to consider race at all.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn. Jesse, if we can move to the callers that we have in the queue.
Good morning, caller. If you would like to share your name, please state and spell it for the record, please.
I'm Alice Smith, Palo Alto. I'm calling only for two things. 4 counties were included in Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act in California. So those counties should be examined very carefully. And historically, you can get those records of which counties have been included. And then second, Arizona County Voting Rights Commission versus Redistricting Commission was a 5-4 decision by Roberts Court, whereby Roberts, in the minority opinion, thought that under Article 1, Section 4, that only the legislative branch of the government should be able to have redistricting power. And that case may well come before the Supreme Court. So I assume under California law that we're completely protected and the commission will continue. I'd very much like your opinion. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, should I address that question?
Yes, you can respond.
Oh, all right. So 2 things. First, absolutely, in my view, the commissioners' work should pay careful attention to former Section 5 jurisdictions. So I don't want to step away from that at all. But I would propose that I think that my advice to the commission would be every sort of square mile of the state needs to be carefully considered for Voting Rights Act purposes. But no question, former Section 5 jurisdictions should be in the mix. The next point you raised is a good one, and I should have mentioned, frankly. I can absolutely see the commission's work being challenged. There is clear that Chief Justice Roberts, at least before, maybe a majority now of the Supreme Court, doesn't think that the legislature can, under the U.S. Constitution, constitutionally delegate its authority to draw congressional maps. I think that the majority in the Arizona case was right. I think it's a very defensible position for the state of California to have done that. I think there are some other legislative adjustments that could happen if it became necessary in some litigation on that point. But the commission's work on state legislative districts and state assembly districts are, in my view, untouched by the Arizona arguments and case. That case is solely concerned with what the U.S. Constitution requires for drawing of congressional districts. But there's no question that's an issue we need to pay careful attention to, and may be the subject of litigation, before a map is adopted and after.
And Jesse, can you invite in our last caller before we go to break, please? Jesse, are we able to invite in our last caller?
I'm attempting to, Chair.
Thank you.
Their hand was not raised, so I'm not sure that they wish to comment.
All right. Thank you. With that, we need to take our mandatory break. I'm unsure, Chad, are you able to return at 11:15 briefly?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so then I'll see everyone back at 11:16. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome back to the January 26th meeting of the California Citizens Redistricting Commission. We currently are discussing agenda item number 10 with Chad Dunn. Commissioners, be mindful that we need to break at 12:30 so that we can make the appropriate time break prior to our agenda item number 11. I believe we left off. Are there any questions from the commissioners for Mr. Dunn? Go ahead, Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you for the presentation. Very, very interesting. And I'm wondering if you could kind of go back to well, it's actually your slide 15, but it's when you're talking about the 82 amendments, and you're actually talking about the difference between there's intent and effect. And did one of those, you say could come in question based on the current Supreme Court, and or did I miss that? And then given there's purpose, there's also intent. I'm thinking purposes, intent versus effect. So then when you the next slide, and then if you could go a little bit more into your the jingles, because there was a in the pre-clearance or pre-conditions, that is basically on intent, or because you talk about both impact and intent. So if you could go a little bit more into the meat of that, please, because that is exactly what what essentially we'll start our work on, is what is our first criteria, what are the first steps. And it's essentially, unfortunately because of time, I would have liked a lot more detail on your slides from that point forward. So if you could give us a little bit more about which might change, and so therefore, which we don't have to worry about, and a little bit more about the differences, please.
Very well. Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. I'm sorry I didn't ferret that out better at the outset. But maybe let me start a little bit from the beginning, because how we got to where we're at jurisprudence-wise, I think will help you understand the issue better. So when the Act was passed in 1965, the language was largely what I put in the slides. But the Section 2 language it doesn't really say this shall include intent. It does include effects claims too. That was left in the open. So the Supreme Court decided in a case, the one that's called Mobile versus Bolden, that Congress only intended to cover intent cases, not effects cases. And that was a matter of sort of statutory interpretation that the Supreme Court decided. So Congress could override that, and it did in the 1982 amendments, and made it very clear that this covers intent and effects. But that left one more argument, which is that whatever Congress wants to do, it's prohibited under the U.S. Constitution from considering an effects test. That's the argument. I disagree with it. Lots of folks disagree with it. But the argument that litigants are making now is that, okay, fine, Congress amended the law in 82 to cover effects, but it's unconstitutional for Congress to create a claim under effects only without the showing of intent. Now, our position, people on my side of this issue that say, no, Congress can address effects, argue that the 14th and 15th Amendments to the Constitution both explicitly provide Congress has the authority to enforce this amendment with appropriate means. And that means covering not just intentional claims of discrimination, but also effects around the country. And this applies in other areas, it's worth noting. I mean, in housing discrimination cases and employment discrimination cases, effects claims exist. They've been supported in the past, but they are under challenge now. So at the moment, intent and effects, it's very clear you can have either claim. I would just wanted the commission to be aware that there are litigants and there are judges who believe that effects claims might be unconstitutional. So that's the first piece. Now on the jingles question that you raised about the intent versus effects. So the easiest way to look at it is jingles is the test if the claim is an effects claim. Okay. Arlington Heights is the test if the claim is an intent claim. And so that's why, in my opinion, the commission has to pay careful attention to both of these tests. So hopefully that answered the question.
Thank you. That was perfect.
Commissioner Sinai?
I think you said this later in your presentation, but at the beginning of the presentation, you said that it's important when looking at minority groups that they are a cohesive voting group, and you had said that you had looked at the Anglo voting group and they were 50-50 Republican and Democrat, and that automatically got me thinking some ethnic groups. I know we used race a lot at the beginning of a lot of these when these laws were created, but it's race and ethnicity. Some ethnic groups vote, and obviously Commissioner Sagwani can speak hours on this, but on other things that are outside of political party. And so I think later you said the cohesive voting group can be identified outside of just political party, but I just wanted to confirm that.
Yes. So you look at the voting behavior of the candidates. In some cases, you may be looking at nonpartisan races. So you may, the people that you're analyzing polarization aren't even, nominees of a party. That obviously happens in a number of offices. So I was using in that example, in Dallas County, the race in question in that litigation was a partisan race. And so the partisan consideration came into play. But right. You look at whether or not the voters are voting cohesively for the same kind of candidates. And that could be, partisan kind of candidates or a different, characteristic of candidates. And I'm sorry, Commissioner, go ahead.
No. Go ahead. I just came up with another question based on that question.
Well, I just wanted to add, because it was in response, I believe, to your question earlier, that I mentioned, that the commission can't engage in map drawing based on race unless it's authorized by Section 2. And the test is that race can't have been a predominant factor. And I just wanted to make sure that was clear, that you can have some consideration of race. Where that line is, I don't think courts have set it down clearly. So I made it sound more categorical, like we just put blinders on to race altogether. And it's not quite that. You can give some consideration, but the predominant motivation behind the boundaries in the map, unless Section 2 compels differently, have to be something other than race. And I just want to make sure that was clear.
And when we're looking for voter cohesiveness, does it have to be voter cohesiveness if we're looking at district maps, whichever district maps we're looking at? So if we're looking at the congressional maps, do we have to show voter cohesiveness in that congressional district, or can it be, looking at other races to see if there is or isn't?
Well, so that is one of the many million-dollar questions that are sort of unanswered in the law. We call that endogenous and exogenous elections, and which ones can you consider in determining racial polarization? And this won't be a satisfying answer. I hesitate to give it to you, but I'm sorry to say it depends. It's going to depend on the individual location, the race, what data is available. What is the quality of the competitiveness of the race of the election contest you're looking at? I mean, sometimes you have people who are unopposed and all you have is exogenous elections. So the various characteristics of what we include vary. And to a large degree, as a voting rights lawyer, I'll lean on the social science experts to tell me, here's what the published studies in the social science says about what races are relevant in this particular circumstance.
Commissioner Yee.
Yeah, so in considering race, so one of our higher criteria is communities of interest. And so let's say we had community testimony that, you should keep my neighborhood together and racial reasons are given. Can we consider those or not? Would they have to be couched in some other, factor? How do we think about that?
So if the commission, and this came out in the recent U.S. Supreme Court case against Texas that I was involved in, called the Abbott case, the court said that you're to presume that the government agency engaging in redistricting is operating in good faith, and if the government has an explanation or a justification for the individual redistricting decision that was made that doesn't rely on race, then it was allowed to do so, even if that had some racial implications. So under Commissioner Yee's example, if somebody says we would like to hold this neighborhood together, it has a common interest, the commission or commissioners, our experts, the lawyers may know that that is a predominantly Asian American community. That's fine, as long as there is some independent racial basis to do so, or the decision to keep it whole, worded a different way, wasn't predominantly for racial reasons. There was other non-racial justification for doing so.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from commissioners?
I'd like to have a follow-up question, Chair. So with that, Mr. Dunn, based on Commissioner Yee's question, if indeed the public comment was solely based on keep my community together because of we are all this particular race with no other factors included, we would receive the public comment, but we would not necessarily be able to use that in our decision making. What can you say a little bit more about that?
Sure. Well, my experience is, having done a number of these things, is that when people come to the commission or the legislature and testify that, look, my community needs to be kept whole, and the justification they give is racial reasons, is because that's a community that's been subjected to a serious amount of government sanctioned discrimination. And the community, and there's social science on this, I'm by no means an expert, but that community sees itself as a racial cohesive group, in part of its survival of the government sanctioned discrimination and economic discrimination that's in place. So what the Voting Rights Act says is that you can consider that public testimony, but you need to make sure that the other factors under the Voting Rights Act are in place, that there is a cohesive group that is voting one way, there is a majority, usually white, that's voting against it. They can be drawn in a district and have electoral control, and that there is this history of discrimination in place. And when all those factors are there, it's perfectly acceptable for the commission to say, you know what, we're going to heed the community direction we got here from these citizens, and we're going to draw a district here that reflects that request, and frankly that the Voting Rights Act requires in those kinds of circumstances.
Thank you. And Commissioner Anderson.
Sorry, on that further case, some of the areas, particularly, well, not that California's that old, but some of it, it's historic areas. Yes, it is race-based, but it is historically, it's, culture and that sort of thing. So I understand, obviously in our criteria, we have to do the Voting Rights Act first. It's one of the, numbers in the Voting Rights Act. Communities of interest is a further criteria a little down. But it still is historically, that's still a very valuable reason. That doesn't mean just because it also happens to be race doesn't mean we cannot consider it. Is that correct? I mean, it's because we actually have a criteria is communities of interest, and particularly, I guess, as opposed to, say we've already taken care of the Voting Rights Act areas. We've already done that analysis. We've decided what we need to do, and now we're further breaking things down, looking at communities of interest. Can you elaborate a little bit more about?
Sure. Yeah, 100%. The way I sometimes look at this, if you had any background, even in a basic background in computer programming, is sort of if then, right? You see these charts sometimes that if this, then we can do that. So as you mentioned, the first sort of step is if the Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act factors are met, then we draw Section 2 districts. If the if says no, then we're going to move down to the next level of redistricting principles. And at some point, we're going to get to keeping communities of interest together, right? Because it's on the list. And the commission may ultimately, in the circumstances, which are going to be probably rare, in the circumstances where the Section 2 analysis doesn't mandate a Section 2 drawn district, the commission may say, okay, well, we may not have to draw a voting rights district, but this is a cohesive community. It's got decades of these types of characteristics. This is the general boundary of it. Yes, it also has a racial component to it, but we're going to hold that together under our community interest direction, even if we didn't find all the factors we needed to under the VRA. And yes, race will be a part of that, but it won't be the predominant part of it. The predominant part of it will be keeping a community of interest together.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dunn, for your presentation. Thank you for the information to help shape our decision-making process. At this moment, I would like to give the floor over to Commissioner Sadlani so that she can speak to our panelists from NALEO and the Asian American Advancing Justice.
Yes, great. Thank you so much, Chair Taylor. We hope that this has thus far been really helpful. As promised, we're Commissioner Yee and I are doing our best to ensure that there is an appropriate VRA training for the entire commission as well as the public. We have up next to follow this really great presentation from Mr. Dunn, Eileen Ma from the Asian Americans Advancing Justice. She is their director of their voting rights strategy for their affiliation. They have multiple locations across the country. And I'll let her talk a little bit more about that. She is a voting rights attorney and a longtime organizer, and she calls Los Angeles home. We also have Rosalind Gold, who is joining us. I think, is this the second or third time, Rosalind, that you're going to be joining us today? Rosalind has graciously given more of her time for us today. Previously she had spoken with us about outreach strategies to the Latinx community, as well as language access considerations. And today she's going to be sharing a little bit more in terms of the specifics of the VRA considerations for the Latinx community. Rosalind is the Chief Public Policy Officer for the NALEO Education Fund, where she has worked for more than 3 decades on policy analysis and research for the organization's Latino civic engagement efforts. We had also invited for today a representative from the Black Census and Redistricting Hub. Unfortunately, they were unable to have a representative join us this morning, but Commissioner Yee and I had a long and really fruitful conversation with the organization. They are working with the Othering and Belonging Institute at UC Berkeley and doing a lot of great work looking at some of the trends in terms of population changes for the Black community since 2010. They continue to develop that work, and hopefully in the future, they'll be able to come in the next month or two and share more information about that project and how it relates to some of our VRA considerations moving forward. I'm going to turn it over to Rosalind and Eileen. We had originally talked about each of them spending about 10 to 15 minutes sharing a little bit about VRA considerations for the communities that they represent and work in, as well as potentially sharing a little bit of information about HR 4, which would potentially be new Voting Rights Act legislation that could potentially move forward, under this new administration and a new session of Congress. Should such action occur, certainly that would be something of interest to the commission, but I think Rosalind will have a lot more detail to share on that. I'll turn it over to both of you, and then just also to note, we'll follow that by Q&A from the commission, and then hopefully round out this segment with public comment on this agenda item before lunch. Rosalind and Eileen, is there one of you that would prefer to go first?
Eileen, if it's okay with you, would it be okay for me to start? Thank you. Great. Okay, well, first of all, thank you so much, Chair Taylor, Commissioners Sadwani and Yee, and thank you so much to your fellow commissioners. I'm Rosalind Gold. I'm Chief Public Policy Officer with the NALEO Educational Fund, and I appreciate this opportunity because the Voting Rights Act and compliance with the Voting Rights Act is so important, not only to Latinos, but to ensuring the strength of democracy for all Californians. I am going to head and share my screen here, and there we go. Great. I want to talk about some issues affecting California redistricting, the Voting Rights Act, and the Latino community. Our mission at the NALEO Educational Fund is to facilitate full Latino participation in the American political process and to make sure our democracy stays strong and responsive to all of its underrepresented communities. And we are also going to be mobilizing Latinos to participate in the redistricting process, to be good partners with the commissioners. The Voting Rights Act, again, compliance with the Voting Rights Act is just a very important part of the work that we're all doing together. In my presentation, I'm going to start by just highlighting some cases in California regarding redistricting in the Latino community. And I'm not going to do a really detailed, rigid analysis of them, legal analysis, but more just to give you the flavor of the types of discrimination Latinos have faced in the redistricting process and how the Voting Rights Act has served to combat it. I'm then going to take you on what I call a whirlwind tour of California using the 2011 redistricting maps, the assembly maps. I'm going to show you where Latino effective districts, in other words, districts that were drawn to enforce the Voting Rights Act for the Latino community, where they were drawn as a result of the 2011 redistricting. I'm also going to talk about the Voting Rights Advancement Act, which is an effort to amend the VRA and restore it to full strength in the wake of the Shelby County decision. And finally, I'm just going to provide some practical suggestions, building very much on the great foundation that Mr. Dunn laid in terms of some practical considerations about your approach to redistricting. So I wanted to start with some of the landmark cases regarding redistricting and Latino voting rights under Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. The first almost basic landmark case was Garza versus the County of Los Angeles, which was decided in 1991. And there, the plaintiffs, including the Mexican American Legal Defense and Educational Fund, one of our partners, brought suit against a redistricting map of the LA County Board of Supervisors. Basically, the court found that the Board of Supervisors intentionally fragmented the Latino community to achieve protection of Anglo incumbents, and that in fact there had been a long history of the board redrawing supervisor boundaries to divide up what was then called the Hispanic core, Latinos in East Los Angeles and San Gabriel Valley, to fragment those Latinos so that they could avoid advancing Hispanic voting strength and make it less possible that Latinos could elect the candidates of their choice. And this is a case where the intention of the supervisors very much was in play. The court found that, yes, primarily this was done for incumbency protection, but that the supervisors knew that to protect Anglo incumbents, knew that they were intentionally fragmenting the Latino community. Ultimately, as this case resulted in the redistricting of the LA County supervisorial districts, creating the first Latino effective district for that Board of Supervisors, the first district where Latinos had a fair opportunity to elect the candidates of their choice. Moving forward to 2018, in Luna versus the County of Kern and against MALDEF was helped lead the legal fight in this particular challenge. Kern County had already established one Latino effective district in its redistricting plan. However, when it started to redistrict in 2011, the plaintiffs argued that, look, you can create a second Latino effective district by combining the Latino community that's in the heavily farm worker and Latino areas in the northwest part of the county, by combining them with the Latino communities either in areas south of Bakersfield or east of Bakersfield. And this is a case where the court really looked at the jingles factors and the totality of circumstances that Mr. Dunn mentioned. Not so much about intention, more about what kind of impact did the Board of Supervisors maps have on the Latino community. Ultimately, the judge found that by not drawing a second Latino effective district, there was discrimination against Latinos, and the plaintiffs in the counties eventually settled, and the new redistricting plan that was adopted unites Latinos in the northwest part of the district, again, the farm worker, heavily Latino parts of the northwest part of Kern County with those south of Bakersfield. Okay, so I then wanted to take you on what I called a whirlwind tour of the Latino effective districts created by the Redistricting Commission in 2011. And I want to be very clear as I take you through these assembly districts that this is based on data from 2011, including the redistricting data that the Census Bureau released. Okay, this is a situation where the demographics have changed, population growth has changed. So this should not be your total roadmap to drawing VRA compliant districts. But again, just to give you a sense of what we saw in 2011 and where there were the priorities for drawing VRA compliant districts at that time. So first of all, if we go to areas outside of LA and Orange County, there was a VRA compliant district for Latinos drawn in Fresno. 2 districts drawn in the San Bernardino County area. One was drawn eastern San Bernardino County. The other was drawn in western San Bernardino County, but also included parts of LA County. And I'll talk a little bit about how sometimes you have to go over county or jurisdiction lines to comply with the VRA. And then this assembly district down here, Assembly District 80, was drawn from South San Diego to the border. Going to Los Angeles, you can really get a sense of, at that time, where you had heavily concentrations of the Latino population and other factors that necessitated drawing VRA compliant districts. Here you have an assembly district in the San Fernando Valley. You also have districts in the San Gabriel Valley, downtown LA, southeast cities of LA. You also have what you would call the 605 corridor. You have districts both on the east side of the corridor and on the west side of the corridor. And actually, you even go farther south to areas. I think this District 63 goes all the way from the southeast cities of LA down to Lakewood. So you can see you have a lot of districts in the LA County area. And then in Orange County, Assembly District 69 is primarily around the city of Santa Ana, and I believe it also has Anaheim in it as well. What this is, again, is going to look like with the new data from the census is going to be very interesting to see. Great. So I had also mentioned I wanted to talk about potential amendments to the Voting Rights Act to restore Section 5 to its full strength before the Shelby decision came down. Just, real quickly, Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act says that certain jurisdictions have to submit all of their changes in electoral practices to the Department of Justice or to a federal court for pre-clearance. They essentially have to get approval from the federal government before they can implement those changes. Shelby County said, look, it's okay to still have the pre-clearance mechanism, but what triggers that? What requires certain jurisdictions to be covered is out of date and unconstitutional. The court said, look, we'll leave the door open. If you can come up with a trigger mechanism, a new mechanism to require pre-clearance that passes constitutional muster, that's modernized, that would be a good approach to restoring pre-clearance to its full strength. So, there had been a couple of pieces of legislation attempting to do this. The most recent bill is the Voting Rights Advancement Act of 2019. It was passed by the U.S. House of Representatives in December 2019, but it never went to the floor of the U.S. Senate. And we suspect that some version of the VRAA is likely to be reintroduced in the 117th Congress. And the VRAA provides two updated triggers for pre-clearance. First of all, it looks at which jurisdictions have a history of repeated voting rights violations. It goes over a certain period of time and says, if you're a jurisdiction and you just have repeatedly violated the Voting Rights Act, you will be subject to pre-clearance. It also has something called known practices coverage. And if there's time during question and answer, I could talk about what the thinking is behind known practices coverage. But known practices coverage says, we're not going to so much look at your history of voting rights violations. We're going to say, look, if you meet certain demographic criteria, if you have certain concentrations of underrepresented minority groups in your jurisdiction, then you're going to have to pre-clear certain electoral practices, not everything, but certain electoral practices that have a really high risk of being discriminatory. And redistricting is one of those voting rights practices that would need to be pre-cleared under known practices coverage trigger. Okay, so is the VRA going to happen before you complete your redistricting? Well, it's very unlikely. It's not impossible. It's hard to predict anything that's going to be happening as we look to the future. But there's a lot of things that would keep it from getting to the floor and getting passed. First of all, because of the 50-50 partisan split in the Senate is going to need to continue to take time to work out its agreements about rules, its agreements about committee assignments, its agreements about related matters. Secondly, legislative action on impeachment and issues such as COVID-19 pandemic relief and some other issues are really going to be top priorities for Congress for a while. And finally, there is still intense partisan polarization in Congress. So unless bills have really strong bipartisan support, they are not going to get through as quickly as bills that do have bipartisan support. And, you know, when the VRAA passed the House, it passed mostly along partisan lines with strong Democratic support. So, you know, it would really need to get, strongly with Democratic Party support, you know, we would need to get stronger bipartisan support to enhance its chances of getting through and considered by Congress. Okay, so I wanted to build on the foundation of what Mr. Dunn suggested and just again give some practical recommendations from our perspectives and from our discussion with voting rights litigators and advocates on mapping for VRA compliance. Again, it's a mixture of science and art. All this data you're going to get, geography, population, voting data, historical data, you're going to have to put it all together, synthesize it, you know, look at it, look at what you're thinking about in terms of your mapping, go back to the data again, go back to what you're hearing from the community. So there's a lot of back and forth and iteration as you go through mapping for VRA compliance. We do suggest that the commission starts off by sketching Voting Rights Act compliant districts first, right? Just visualize or sketch those and then build the rest of your maps around them. We also think a very helpful partner to you in this process is that there are several groups that have long experience with enforcing and defending the Voting Rights Act in California, and they are going to be presenting you with draft maps. We would strongly suggest that you do not drill down too far in terms of your mapping on your VR districts until these entities have had a chance to present draft maps. Another thing that's that this is helpful for is that many of these organizations are hoping to provide you with a unity map that will actually satisfy hopefully VRA requirements for diverse communities. And that I think might be helpful in terms of balancing the different needs and the different considerations for different communities. Also, again, VRA compliance is the second highest priority for your maps, okay? It's higher than respecting local jurisdiction lines. It's higher than communities of interest. This is likely to lead to tension with stakeholders' perspectives because there are many stakeholders who are going to say, wait a minute, you split our city up. You didn't keep our community of interest together. The ability to say, yes, well, we understand that those are important criteria, but you know what? We need to respect the Voting Rights Act. And that's part of the reason we may not have done what you wanted or what you thought was best for your community of interest or keeping your city, your county together. Being able to talk about that is very important. And that leads to my final point. The commission has a really important role as you go out and you educate the community, you educate the public to explain why the Voting Rights Act is so important, why it's important for California, why it's important for redistricting, and why it's good for our democracy. And we very much appreciate the work, the thoughtfulness and the planning that the commission has done so far, and we look forward to being a continuing partner with you as you move forward through the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosalind. And if you could, I don't believe we posted your slides for the public. If you don't mind sending those along, we will work to
absolutely.
Make sure that those are.
I will do that right after we're all done with the dialogue. My apologies.
No problem. No problem at all. Thank you so much. It was a great presentation. I think we can move directly into the presentation from Eileen Ma from Asian Americans Advancing Justice.
Great. Thank you. Thanks, Rosalind. Greetings to the chair and commissioners. I'm glad to be here. I'm bucking the trend. I don't have a PowerPoint presentation or slides to share with you, but I do have some prepared comments. And I'm excited, especially that to have been invited here to participate with NALEO. I think we're excited about our longtime partnership. Rosalind mentioned unity maps, and I think we feel like we can, by working together, do the best job of sort of providing the best advocacy and representation across the state for our communities. So Asian Americans Advancing Justice is an organization with multiple affiliates and partner organizations across the country. And we're one of the groups that will be working very closely with our community leaders and organizations, again, around the country in advocacy to try and make sure that the Asian American voices are heard in the processes of establishing fair districts around the country, including in California. And what we are most excited about with this redistricting process is to get an opportunity to work with the commission. And so we do thank you all for your intense efforts and work, including being invited to this panel to share with you early on in the process our thoughts. And so before getting to a discussion about our approach on the VRA or how we conceive of that for our community and compliance with the VRA, I want to share just a couple of sort of givens that we understand as we approach this work. And there, in some, one, our population growth, two, our political cohesiveness as an aggregated Asian American community, and three, our increased political participation as a cognizable bloc, sort of in political in political terms. So first, on our population growth, we have historically, the Asian American community has historically been, and we assume will continue to be, one of the fastest growing racial groups in the country. We expect that the Census 2020 will show this, both growth in sheer numbers as well as a pronounced sort of rate of growth, and especially in particular areas where we have seen emerging population centers around the country, but certainly in areas specific in California as well. And so some indications of that, we've looked at the population numbers from the American Community Survey, looking at 2010 estimates and 2019 estimates, and our population increased by 26% compared to a 6% growth rate for the statewide population, right? So that's a pronounced high rate of growth. So we look at looked at AAPI data, which is one of the data experts in the Asian American community. They've been estimating populations for 2020, and they think that our population in California will be around 6.7 plus million, or 16.5% of the California population, suggesting also a high growth rate among eligible voters, nearly double that of the state population in general. And then there's a lot more data to look at, both sort of distribution and particular breakdowns that hopefully we'll be doing, and you all, I'm sure, will be looking at as well. But we think it's important to have sort of top of mind that sheer growth of numbers, right? Because whatever the distribution, I think what we're expecting to see is that this will warrant some greater representation in our communities. And so we're pretty confident that we'll see that there are several opportunities for Asian influence, if not Asian majority districts in this coming cycle. The second point I wanted to make was really about Asian Americans as a coherent identity. I know that there's much written about this and much discourse on this, but I think we come into this as an Asian American organization that has existed for decades, that we are generally a politically cohesive group that can and does act together, right? And it's in fact the very premise of the Asian American movement and our organization. And so while we can discuss this more and the particular nuance of that, right, there is diversity within our own communities and there's diversity across various regions. But again, we're pretty confident that because we are active together, there are clear indications of our effectiveness, right? And again, of us as a cognizable political group. And so we'd like folks to keep that in mind, that's the sort of the given around which we're operating, and we think there's ample evidence of that as well, both looking at historical and present conditions. And then we hope to be able to provide greater data analysis and information that can support that. And third is to the increase of our political participation and our sort of our presence as a political bloc. There's also data that shows that whatever the diversity that we've seen historically, there's also indication that Asian Americans are voting together a little bit more, right? Some of the recent data in recent elections show that we are registered with a particular party and voting in larger numbers in those in that way. Again, you will see differences in different regions, but it can be said that generally you can see us acting together. So with that, looking at the VRA, I wanted to share how we think of it as a community group, right? We see it as the VRA more broadly, but surely Section 2 as a critical tool and a standard to consider adequate and non-discriminatory representation. But we also think that there are opportunities for Asian American communities, particularly, to help sharpen the tool that is the VRA. So we've talked about the jingles factors, and we are the jingles test, and we've talked about the Senate factors. But there's also, I think, an argument to be made that some of those tests, those standards, may not be as effective as they should be for all communities. And I think that's certainly true for the Asian American communities. And so that's why, while we see in some ways the VRA in Section 2 as a floor, right? And then on that floor, there are opportunities to put additional steps there. I would include sort of communities of interest analysis as an important step, as well as sort of a different conception of how we think about our communities and the various historical precedents, right? That might be important to preserve and acknowledge as we talk about determining the districts. And so when we consider how to ensure compliance with the VRA, we do start with a multi-factor analysis. It's sort of like a wall of information that we're looking at that does track jingles and the Senate factors, but also recognizes that this might look a little different for Asian American communities. And so we might have to be looking at sort of communities of interest first or second, or even as we're aware of the underlying factors that are important for any kind of VRA consideration. So really, generally, what we start with is looking at significant population centers first, and we try to develop a really thorough understanding of the demographics of these communities, and then multiple socioeconomic factors and others that might inform us as to what's important for our community, right, to preserve. It isn't, I think, as some of the discussion with Chad Dunn indicated, it's not always just about race for race's sake, right? It's about race and everything that comes with that, including, the diverse ethnicities, limited English proficiencies, income, political character, geographic distribution across particular jurisdictions, and any range of communities of interest that might be resonant for a particular community. Of course, we do consider, basic size and distribution as part of that VRA consideration, and then, RPV is always a consideration as well, because these are kind of the threshold factors for litigation. But in addition, we're looking at how we can think more broadly about advocacy, so that we understand that whether or not there's adequate representation might not always be indicated by RPV and jingles, specifically. And so we are also looking beyond Asian majorities, right, by the numbers. We're also looking at where we can participate with other groups, right, in order to help be a part of effective representation of communities of color in general. And so once we feel like we have a clear understanding of what our community is, right, and in all its diversity and with all its history and context, we then are looking at political representation as well, right? Is there evidence of Asians being elected? And sometimes we're looking at Asians and other POC elected leaders. And we are looking at endogenous and exogenous elections, right? That is, are there elections within the bounds of a particular jurisdiction, outside of, inclusive of, or somehow overlapping with any particular jurisdiction? And then again, we'll take a closer look at RPV to determine whether it fits the litigation threshold. And then combined with all of that, we'll look at all the Senate factors and try and determine whether or not there's a Section 2 case here, right? But all of that in the mix helps us determine how we ought to be representing our communities. So what I'll say is that the VRA hasn't been sort of a silver bullet tool for Asian American communities to achieve adequate representation, right? But it is an important factor in the analysis that we consider, and what we hope is that we'll be able to come to you with a lot more research and analysis as we look at what our communities are and how our communities of interest can be supported through VRA compliance, right? Not outside of or in addition to, but sort of in some ways integrated with that. And so I think maybe I'll stop there and leave plenty of time for questions. And as I said, we'll be doing a lot more mapping and analysis and conversation among our own communities. And so we're looking forward to sharing a lot more with you as you all continue in the process.
Thank you so much. Chair, would you like to moderate Q&A, or would you like me to do that?
I can do it. Thank you. All right. So now we're opening it up to commissioners' questions. Commissioner Sinai.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you both for your presentations, and I really appreciated this thought about, I mean, because I've been struggling a little bit about VRA and the constant referral to race and not necessarily ethnicity. And my background is mainly looking at ethnic communities, refugees, immigrant, and whatnot. And so this conversation has been helpful on how the VRA may not be the sharpest tool for all communities. And I wanted to understand, is that partially because some of our communities are young in age as well as new to our, to the state or new to the country, or are there other factors as well? And I understand you explained this, but I just want to hear it again. Sorry.
Maybe I'll chime in, and then Rosalind, if you want to weigh in as well. I think as we look at the Asian American community, I think patterns of migration and age are certainly a factor, right? Because when we're looking at the VRA and the Jingles test, we are looking generally at citizen voting age population, right? And we have seen, if we were always looking just at population, I think some of those standards would be easier to meet. At the same time, I think that part of the sort of the way migration has occurred in the Asian American communities, the way migration and settlement has occurred, I suppose, is such that at times it's about how our communities are distributed across a particular region, right? And so because the Jingles factor requires a certain, an ability to draw a particular district in a particular area, you'll necessarily find some challenges with that. So I would affirm your sense that migration and age are a factor. They're probably a factor as in combination with some other patterns.
Yeah, I would just say, I don't want to speak on behalf of the the API community, but it does have to do, my understanding, and Eileen could kind of chime in to make sure I'm getting this right, is part of the Jingles test looks at geographic compactness, okay? So that your ability to create a district where a underrepresented group is geographically together. And that may not be the case for all API communities, depending on residential patterns and other patterns that affect where people live. And so I would say, though, we strongly feel, the VRA has done a lot of important, effective, powerful tool. And we would not want, in looking at ways to, enhance the fairness of maps, we would not want to undermine the importance of compliance with the VRA, because it's there. It's in the Constitution. So I'm not saying you necessarily would, but I just did want to say that that is the requirement that's there in the California Constitution. But like I said, this is all very iterative, right? How do you ensure VRA compliance? But again, Eileen said this really well, which is to integrate communities of interest, integrate lower priority criteria. So you do not have an easy job, but yeah.
Can I weigh in on this question?
Sure.
Sure. So, and certainly not from the community perspective, but simply from a research perspective, for the API community, there was an article several years ago in the UC Irvine Law Review by Ted Cooley, who's a political scientist at UC Berkeley, and Ming-Su Chen, in which they specifically advocate for using the communities of interest as a tool for the API community, right? And a part of that does speak to, as Eileen mentioned, right, that there's these varying, it is a diverse community. There's some diversity in terms of political behavior patterns. And yet at the same time, I think as research continues to emerge and as communities continue to grow, right, just to underscore this point that Eileen started with, right, about the large growth in the API community that we can see particularly here in California. That's not to say it's not elsewhere, but particularly here in California. I think that there are multiple strategies that we will certainly need to be thinking about in terms of the API community. And so I think that there's credence to be given to both. I think what Rosalind is saying, like, we have to adhere to the VRA, but when it comes to the API community, we might need to be thinking about some other considerations. That being said, from my own research looking at racially polarized voting in Asian American communities, they're polarized. So, I've been looking at Asian American communities up and down the state, and most certainly they follow similar patterns. But I think up until this time, the Asian American community was not at that concentration. The numbers were not necessarily there of that voting power. So I certainly think it's something that we as a commission will have to take into consideration and be thinking about and looking at very closely as we move forward.
Commissioner Toledo.
Thank you for a great presentation. I really appreciated Ms. Gould's comment about and advice to the commission around the education around the Voting Rights Act and explaining and educating the community about the importance of the Voting Rights Act, the pieces that were required to comply with, and why it's good for democracy and achieving equity. And I was just wondering, is there messaging that your groups, respective groups, are using that you might be using so that we can take a look at that as we think about our educational messaging for the public? Are there talking points that you guys are working on that might be helpful to us as the commission as we prepare our educational material?
Well, I think actually, in terms of educating the community about the relationship between the Voting Rights Act and redistricting, a picture is worth 1,000 words. I think it's helpful to provide some kind of simple diagram that shows if you draw district lines one way, you can dilute or prevent underrepresented groups from being able to choose who they want to have their elected representatives. If you draw district lines a different way, you can make sure that those groups have a voice in our democracy. And so I think that if you combine that with, the starting point of there has historically been discrimination in the electoral process and in other areas against the groups that are protected by the Voting Rights Act. And then, like I said, it really helps to use a diagram or some other pictures to show how lines affect whether people have a say in choosing their representatives. And we always like to go back to democracy and being able to elect the people who are accountable and responsive to the people who elect them.
Maybe I'll follow on that last point that Rosalind made, which is really about the importance of trying to connect the whole redistricting process and the VRA and line drawing to maybe the most recent elections, right? And the incredible amount of interest and passion there was around voting this past cycle. I think that, we're talking within the Asian American coalition generally about sort of resurrecting some materials from past redistricting efforts, right, as basic fact sheets so people can understand what the process is and how they might participate. But I think an important opportunity is to think about what messages connect sort of just this recent robust participation in our election process to this process that's right ahead of us. So, we haven't created those clear messages and opportunities yet, but we'll be happy to share what we have as we go.
Yeah. And I'm sorry, I did want to add one thing. Also remember, you have to start with the basics. You may have to even go back to why choosing someone to represent you is going to affect your daily life, right? The person you elect is going to make decisions about, the quality of schools in your neighborhood, what kind of employment opportunities are available to you, how are we going to deal with the COVID-19 pandemic? So it's almost like partly also doing like democracy, not just redistricting basics, but democracy basics, and starting off there, then going to the ability to choose candidates who can be accountable to you and how the lines affect that.
Commissioner Sinai.
Go ahead, Commissioner Turner, I saw you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you both for the presentation. And Rosalind, I was trying to catch you really close to one of the comments you made to see if I can get you to restate it, because I agree a picture is worth 1,000 words. But and I like where you ended too, talking about the quality of your schools, your neighborhood will be impacted, all of that. But you said a line. You said if lines are drawn incorrectly, and you said something behind it, and I thought it was a really clear, easy, and succinct way of saying it. And I can go back and watch the video, but I just remember.
No, you can, there's a couple of ways to say it. You can say if lines are drawn, you can dilute the voice of a community. You can prevent that community from choosing representatives that are accountable to it, right? You can, prevent a community from choosing representatives who will respond to all of these issues that affect people's day-to-day lives.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Commissioner Sinai.
Thank you. I'm going to go back to our conversation earlier about VRA and the API community. Wouldn't the concerns that the API community has with VRA, I don't know if concerns is the right word, but shouldn't we not use kind of that cautionary lens also when looking at the Middle Eastern, North African communities and other new immigrant communities as well, Muslim communities, and not just, just in general, kind of, because they're younger communities?
I would agree with that. I think that any communities where their distribution across the state, right, might be a little more scattered, where they might be younger communities where they're less established, there aren't huge population centers. I think it is worth a closer look, right, because you could easily meet the standards of the VRA and still find that the representation might not be what is needed for those communities, right? And you might still find RPV, or you might still find any number of indications of some kind of ongoing, systemic exclusions.
And this comes down to what extent do you want to comply with the letter of the VRA, or go beyond that in terms of the spirit of the VRA, because the VRA, in terms of its explicit protections, explicitly protects certain groups, but it prohibits discrimination on the basis of a variety of factors.
Commissioner Kutagawa.
Thank you to the both of you for a really interesting presentation and lots to think about. I think, I guess I'm going to ask a question that, as someone who doesn't work on these kind of issues on a day-to-day basis, I think what you just said about perhaps younger, newer communities, smaller communities that may not be as geographically concentrated, like you were saying, Rosalind. But yet, how do you ensure that their voices get heard? And I'm thinking also, I want to also add in the Pacific Islander, the Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander communities into that as well too. I guess because I don't work at it, I'm just kind of trying to imagine like how might that be done? I mean, you can't draw, or at least the way my mind is going is that, I'm imagining this oddly shaped drawn district to try to ensure that there's some kind of critical mass of their voices being heard, but at the same time, it's because they're so geographically dispersed in so many different places, it may be difficult to meet some of those kind of needs as required by VRA. And I think I'm just kind of trying to understand from your perspective, what that could look like. How do we consider that?
I know you mentioned Rosalind. Did you have a comment on this? Well,
I'll let you start. I'll let you start
okay.
on that. Yes.
So my thought about it is, as we look at, and sometimes we're looking at this issue year round from the other direction, right? And when we're trying to find ways to advocate for our communities, we're looking for, okay, where is the VRA being violated, right? And so it will start with the jingles test, right? It'll start with those basic numbers. And then we might start to look beyond at these communities of interest questions and the Senate factor questions, right? And so in my view, it really is in some ways about taking a broad view of what these communities are, right? So we start for ourselves looking at the Asian American community with the numbers, right, of where we see large numbers of Asian American communities, try and get an understanding of what their spread is, and then look for what their communities of interest might be, right? Who else are they connected with, right? If it's a specific, let's say, it's just a total hypothetical, we see a Pacific Islander community somewhere, they will certainly be a very small number, right, as compared to say Asian Americans as a whole, or compared to the broader population. But then we'll look for, well, what are the maybe solidarities or communities of interest, right, that we might see across socioeconomic factors or across sort of political issues that might have transpired in the community. It might not be all about geography and the numbers, but rather about the experience of the community that helps us establish, wait, there's a need that needs to be met here. There might be indications of discrimination. How do we look at that? And then is it possible to consider what some appropriate lines would be that represent those communities, right? And again, the VRA tests sometimes for these smaller communities are hard to meet, but there's still a consideration of whether there's discrimination there that needs to be or can be addressed. I don't know if that in some part addressed your question, Commissioner.
Yes, thank you very much.
I'll quickly, as an illustration, optimally, you would not want to take a community of Pacific Islanders who are lower income, don't have access to quality education, have issues with housing, and essentially put it in the same district as a predominantly Anglo, wealthy, affluent group of folks who have good educational opportunities. If you're, as you're looking at factors, you would want to, let's say, take that into account. What are the economic and social factors, and how that might dilute or subsume the voice of the underrepresented community as you're putting the groups together. And again, alternatively, can you link groups that have shared social economic interests? Eileen, does that work for you?
Yes, better said. Thank you.
Commissioner Yee.
So of course, the U.S. Census treats ethnicity and race separately, and this particularly affects Latino, Hispanic communities. So when it comes to VRA considerations, and as we think about it on the commission, does that distinction matter? I mean, practically speaking, or Latino, Hispanic, does that simply get treated as a race? In your work, do you make that distinction? Does the census distinction actually make a difference?
Well, actually, the census does collect its data, as you said, on Hispanic identification, Latino identification separately from racial identification. So when you're looking at VRA compliance for Latinos, you look at your starting place are the numbers on people who identify as Latino. If anybody is interested about the Census Bureau's recommendations about how we should be asking those questions, I'd be happy to talk more about it, but I want to be respectful of time.
If there are no other questions from the commission, we can open it up for public comment. Commissioner Sinai,
So this is just,
and then Commissioner Kutagawa.
sorry. This is just kind of a, off the top of your head, we're not going to quote you on this, but for each of you, if you had to think through in California, where have been the most dramatic changes in population, for the API community as well as for the Latino community?
I think this might be a cop-out, but I'm going to say certainly in the LA area, we can look at areas where there's been population growth as well as the Bay Area, but then we've also been trying to look at some areas in the Central Valley. So I've checked north, south, and central. So I'm not sure if that helps too much, but we are hoping to dig into a little bit more, and we'll look forward to sharing.
And rather than talking about geographic areas, I'd like to talk about some of the trends we're going to be keeping an eye out, right? So for example, did people move because of COVID, right? Are there going to be changes in where Latinos are because of the COVID pandemic and where people ended up being counted in the census? Certain areas, rural populations or something, we're going to be looking at remote populations because of some of the challenges the Bureau had in enumerating people there. And then, we're going to see some changes in pretty much all of the areas that I had mentioned that VRA compliant districts were drawn. There's going to be definitely a lot of population dynamics there, as well as for Latinos. We often look at just large parts of the state to see what's changed.
And I probably should not have been safe focused. It's probably Southern California, not just LA, including Orange County.
Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, thank you. Just a clarification question for Eileen, only because I know that in I'm going to say the Asian American Pacific Islander communities, there is an increasing move to try to really be clear about when we're talking about data in communities, the distinction between Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders. So I noted that you were just saying primarily Asian American. So is that with the intent that, what you're focusing on is just strictly Asian American data without Pacific Islander data being kind of blended in? And I know that their communities are fighting for a separate recognition because they feel like being kind of bunched in with Asian Americans, they get erased. And so I'm just kind of curious about the perspective from which you were presenting.
Yes, when the numbers that I provided were Asian numbers, Asian only numbers for the most part. And oftentimes when we're doing some of our analysis, those are the numbers we'll look at first, but we do see those communities as distinct. And as we continue with our research as to representation, we look at both and understand that the importance of seeing them separately.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gold and Ms. Ma. Jesse, if you can you invite in public comment as it relates to agenda item number 10?
In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the commissioners will be taking public comment by phone. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. The telephone number is 877-853-4955. 5247. When prompted, enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed. It is 976 7934 9222 for this week's meeting. When prompted, enter a participant ID, simply press pound. Once you have dialed in, you'll be placed in a queue from which a moderator will begin unmuting callers to submit their comments. You will also hear an automated message to press star 9. Please do this to raise your hand, indicating you wish to comment. When it is your turn to speak, the moderator will unmute you and you will hear an automated message that says, "The host would like you to talk," and to press star 6 to speak. Providing your name is not required, but if you would like to, please state and spell it for the record. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you are waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak, and again, please turn down the live stream volume. These instructions are also located on the website. The Commission is taking public comment on item 10 at this time.
Thank you. And if we get a caller, please invite them in.
Chair, can I ask a question while we wait? I have a question, Rosalind, just out of curiosity, in terms of California, kind of following on the question that I believe, I think it might have been Commissioner Yee that asked about the Hispanic designation versus the race designation on the census. When you look at the Latino community in California, and I think you presented on this previously, but I just want to ask for this clarification. I know that there's the indigenous communities, and part of our public comment was that we did have a letter ensuring that we do not forget about the indigenous communities from Mexico and some of the other Latin American countries. I'm also aware that in other parts of the country, there's significant Afro-Latino communities. And so is there a significant Afro-Latino community in California? And what are some of the nuances that you see in terms of, consideration around, what we've been talking about today?
So I think I'm going to say I don't know the size or the distribution of the Afro-Latino community in California, but the work that we would probably do is to really start with the community of interest level in terms of whether those communities, their identity, the interests that they have in common, how do those play out at the community of interest level?
Thank you. Yes, can you invite in our caller?
And by the way, this is one of the reasons that California is such a fascinating place to do redistricting, is because we have such a diverse population. And we know that you are committed to protecting the voting rights and the voting access of all of the state's underrepresented communities. So we really appreciate you drilling down on these questions and issues.
Good afternoon, caller. If you would like to give your name, please state and spell it for the record, please.
Yes, Renee Westa Lusk. My first name is Renee, and then there's Westa, and then hyphen, and then Lusk. I just wanted to ask a question regarding economics for the state and for different parts of the state in general, that the VRA is more set up for I guess there was a statement by one of the presenters that said VRA compliance is of higher priority than local jurisdiction lines and communities of interest, and to be prepared for experiencing tensions from communities split up to preserve VRA districts. Is the only way to address economies, because a lot of districts or communities of interest may be worried about their economies. And so it seems like there's kind of some places are going to have to suffer economically to accommodate VRA compliance. And is there any way to balance that so that communities of interest don't feel disenfranchised if they feel economically threatened because maybe their representation, they feel the representation may be decreased by being drawn in a different manner than what they were traditionally drawn in? That's my questions. Those are my questions.
You know, our recommendation is always to make the best argument about communities of interest and why a particular community of interest should be kept together, right? And just the stronger your arguments are, you know, you increase the likelihood of those getting integrated in the big picture with respect to Voting Rights Act compliance, right? So, you know, again, it is still a higher priority, but let's put it this way: if you're not at the table talking about your community of interest and articulating your community of interest, it won't get the consideration that it might otherwise get if you create a strong voice for your community of interest and all of the different factors, including the economic impact.
Okay. Thank you for clarification of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Westerluck. And I also would like to bring to your attention again that we have our economic sector panel tomorrow in the morning session. And seeing no other callers, no other public input, I would like to thank you, Ms. Gold, and thank you, Ms. Ma, for continuing to shape our decisions in our minds regarding these issues.
Chair Taylor, I may be speaking out of place, but I thought Commissioner Vasquez, did you have your hand up?
Yes,
I'm so sorry. I don't wish to speak out of place, but maybe I have a larger view here.
No worries. Sometimes it is. We don't see everyone on the same screen. Go ahead, Commissioner Vasquez.
I figured my comment wasn't urgent, but thank you, Ms. Gold, for flagging. Just also wanted, for the benefit of the previous caller and other folks watching at home, know that in addition to the economic sector panel, we are also working on developing a panel about labor organizing. And so we know, again, communities of interest are possible around many interests, right? Depending on sort of what is most salient, how folks view their political power, and where political power is sort of leveraged. So we're working on sort of helping the commission think really broadly. You know, we have particular requirements around the Voting Rights Act, and, you know, racial and ethnic power. And in addition, we want to make sure that we're taking that 360 view, because we do know that folks' economic power is also related to their political power.
Thank you. A final call. Any other commissioners? Then again, thank you, Ms. Gold, and thank you
so much.
Thank you
Ms.
all.
Ma, for your presentation. All right, commissioners, we will break for lunch shortly. Please be back at 1:30, 1:40. We will return with the agenda item number 11, discussion on outreach and engagement. And we'll open up immediately with a general public comment before we get into our discussion. So please return at 1:40. Thank you. Good afternoon. It is 1:40 p.m., January 26th meeting of the California Citizens Redistricting Commission. It is our intention to take public comment and then begin the discussion on agenda item number 11. So Jesse, please, if you can make the announcement and invite our callers in for public comment. Thank you.
In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the commissioners will be taking public comment by phone. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. The telephone number is 877-853-5247. When prompted, enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed. It is 976-7934-9222 for this week's meeting. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press pound. Once you have dialed in, you'll be placed in a queue from which a moderator will begin unmuting callers to submit their comments. You will also hear an automated message to press *9. Please do this, indicating you wish to comment. When it is your turn to speak, the moderator will unmute you, and you will hear an automated message that says, "The host would like you to talk," and to press *6 to speak. Providing your name is not required, but if you would like to, please state and spell it for the record. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you are waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak, and again, please turn down the live stream volume. These instructions are also located on the website. The Commission is taking general public comment at this time.
Thank you, Jesse. If you can invite in our first caller.
Good afternoon, caller.
Hi, this is Deborah Levine, DebraLevine. Commissioners, I called in earlier this morning about the new website. After public comments were finished this morning and during your general announcements, the individual commissioners began listing off regional groups that they had already been meeting with or that they are planning to meet with. It was really hard to follow the names of groups, locations, dates, and times. And this was why I made the comment earlier today about adding what your community is saying section to the website so that you could list all those meetings in one place. And it would be a great way to strengthen transparency and public participation. I want to thank you so much for your consideration. And I truly want to thank you for all the hard work you've been doing and the journey that you have ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the comments. We appreciate the comments. Jesse, can you bring in our next caller, please?
Good afternoon, caller. If you would like to share your name, please state and spell it, please.
Hello, this is Lori, Lori, last name Schellenberger, Schellenberger. I'm a redistricting consultant for Common Cause. Good afternoon, Chair Taylor and Commissioners. I'm actually calling in reference to the panel that occurred right before lunch. It was a great panel and appreciate all the work that was done to put, that Commissioners Yee and Sadwani put into putting that together. I just wanted to, this is really a question for Commissioner and request of Commissioners Sadwani and Yee. You mentioned, I know that you made every effort to have the Black Census and Redistricting Hub present during that panel, and due to scheduling conflicts, that wasn't possible. You mentioned your conversation with them and that you, but you didn't share highlights from that conversation, and I was hoping that you could do that for the benefit of the public and also share your plans to ensure that the Black community is able to have equal time to present on their, on their protection under the Voting Rights Act and their history with that in California. And so I imagine it was an oversight because there was a very engaging conversation between you and your panelists. But if it's possible, and I know you have a panel now, but at some point to share some of the takeaways from your conversation with the BCRH, I know the public would really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think in respect of our panelists that we have present, perhaps we can revisit that at the end of this conversation. All right, Jesse, there appears to be no other callers in the queue. So with that, we will conclude public comment at this time. We'll move on to agenda item number 11. And I will turn it over to Commissioners Fernandez and Sinai.
Okay, thank you, Chair Taylor. So today's outreach panel is focused on our efforts to conduct outreach efforts to those individuals incarcerated in California, as well as those that have been previously incarcerated. So we do have 3 panel members and we thank them all. I'm gonna present them in the order that they'll be presenting, from what I recall in our pre-meeting, so I might be wrong. So first we have we're excited to have the 3 of them, and they'll each provide a different perspective, which we feel will be very helpful for the commission and also those that are viewing. First, we have David Maldonado. He is the Deputy Chief in the Office of External Affairs with the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation. He works with external entities to the department, as well as the community-based organizations and other external organizations. He'll talk about how we partner with the Department of Corrections, explain some of the limitations in reaching out to the incarcerated populations in our state facilities, and provide recommendations on our outreach efforts, because they will be somewhat different than what we were planning to do. Not just because of COVID, but because there's security concerns in terms of those outreach efforts that we'll conduct. And then we have Taina Vargas, who is the co-founder of Initiate Justice. Initiate Justice organizes its members both inside and outside of prisons to advocate for their freedom and change criminal justice policy in California. And Taina will talk about her perspective as a family member impacted by an incarcerated individual, as well as provide insight and recommendations on how outreach activities, to the incarcerated populations. And then lastly, but definitely not least, we have Alberto Vasquez, who goes by Beto. Hopefully that's okay. I tell him that, Beto. And so Beto, he's currently employed with the Center for Research on Educational Equity Assessment and Teaching Excellence at UC San Diego. He spearheads UCSD's efforts to increase the STEM diversity access and interest to disenfranchised communities throughout Southern California. And Beto will bring his perspective as a formerly incarcerated individual and recommendations on how best to conduct our outreach efforts. And I do encourage all commissioners, as well as everyone out there that's listening to us or that's visiting our website, to please review their impressive bios. We did post them online. I don't have enough time to talk about them and their background because I think I've been limited to like 2 minutes, but I'm very excited and I'm hoping that you'll enjoy this panel as much as we're going to enjoy it. So with that, I'm going to pass it over to David.
Hi, well, good afternoon, and thank you, Commission. So I'm David Maldonado, as you explained. I'm the Deputy Chief of External Affairs for the California Department of Corrections. I've been in this role since July of this year. I got a new job during the pandemic. I was one of those people. The last 4 years, though, I was working in state prison. So I was working at the California Medical Facility State Prison in Vacaville, California, as the Community Resource Manager. My role as Community Resource Manager was to oversee the Prop 57 inmate activity groups and the religious services. So a pretty extensive experience getting communications out to the inmate population and going, like, my recommendations are based on just the last 4 years just working in a prison, and that's where some of my policy will come from as well. Prior to that, I was outreach coordinator with the Office of Victim and Survivor Rights and Services with CCR, so I have a bit of an outreach background as well. So just to get into it, after meeting with Commissioner Fernandez and Sinai, hopefully I'm pronouncing that correctly, they'd explained what you're trying to accomplish. They explained the dynamic websites you're using and the tools that you're using. And I'll say right now, we're pretty archaic. You know, we, unfortunately, with our 90,000 population incarcerated, I think we're also trying to reach, you know, when we're talking about parolees or people who are the outside, we can probably use a lot of the tools you're using on the website. But when we're talking about the incarcerated population, we can't really use the online features that you have. So, I mean, to make it easy, I would probably say use snail mail. My recommendation to Commissioner Fernandez when we talked, and she also worked for the department most of her career as well, is using snail mail, using a prepaid postcard with maybe a survey on one side, a map on another, really trying to grasp what you're trying to achieve. Corrections has a lot of abilities. We give things out like mail or Title 15s or other publications out in mass. So getting out to the inmate and with the inmate population is not to be the problem. You know, it sounds pretty hard giving 90,000 out, but that's not our issue. I think the biggest thing, and I know the two people following me after me will speak mainly to this, is using credible messengers as educating the population of what you're trying to achieve. You're gonna want to, you know, you're gonna want to explain to them why this is important to them. Why would they want to fill this out? Why, you know, what are we trying to achieve? Once they are released, how will this benefit them? And using the right messenger, and I'm not going to talk about that too much because I know Initiate Justice and Beto have a lot to say about that. When thinking of sending the postcards, I would definitely recommend not putting actual stamps on the outside. I wouldn't want one person doing something bad and collecting all of them. So using the prepaid postage, not getting the little things like not putting a map that's too detailed, because that's considered contraband in a prison. But putting the general map of California, that'd be okay. I know you're really interested in drawing the lines of which area or community where somebody says they're from. So having the general California map would be okay with the major cities lined up on there. Also, on top of that, so external affairs, we have a lot of contacts within the community-based organizations, individuals that have contacts within the prisons and inmate family councils. So using our resources, our contacts to even set up a meeting where we can sit with Commissioner Fernandez and Sinai, and or just do meetings explaining what we're trying to do and have them help us push this information. We have inmate TV station, if you will, where we can push videos on every prison and every TV all at once. That's part of the education purpose, is getting the outreach out there. We can make sure that we're reaching all our class members. We're using closed captioning and trying to get as many languages as possible, Spanish, any language we can get from the postcards and any publication and or video would be greatly appreciated as well. I think that concludes my presentation. I don't know if questions are now or later.
I think what we'll do, David, is we'll wait for the three of you to give your presentation, and then we'll open it up for questions. Is that okay? You'll be able to hang on? Great. So I'm going to pass it on. I think, Diana, you were next, right? I think.
Thank you so much. Hello, everybody. Thank you for having me here. My name is Taina Vargas. I'm the co-founder and executive director of Initiate Justice, and my pronouns are she and her. And I think I'll start by talking a little bit about what Initiate Justice does. So we aim to end mass incarceration by activating the political power of people in prison, formerly incarcerated people, and people with incarcerated loved ones. Every year, we pass different pieces of legislation that help bring people home to their families. And our strategy is to engage people who are inside, formerly incarcerated folks, and folks like me who are family members of system impacted people. So one of the ways that we do that is through a quarterly newsletter that goes out to all of our members who are currently inside. Right now, Initiate Justice has just over 34,000 currently incarcerated members on our mailing list, which means that more than 1 in 3 currently incarcerated people receives a newsletter from us every quarter that has updates on different pieces of legislation that are impacting them, overviews of the legislative process and how they can be direct political advocates from inside, and also action items that they can take. So depending on what bills we're working on and what our priorities are at the time, about 34,000 people get political information from us. So we think that it's very important that people who are impacted by incarceration voices are heard in the redistricting process. And of course, it's apparent that you all agree by holding this panel and inviting us to come and speak. So again, thank you for that. But I think some advice or some input that I would want to offer is a few things. One, I think it's great that currently incarcerated people will now be considered part of the community of where they were before they were incarcerated. It's been an incredible injustice that they have been counted in the facilities where they're currently housed, which are often rural, mostly conservative, don't really align with the values and political beliefs of the people who are incarcerated there. In some towns, like Susanville, California, where my ex-husband spent about a year, the two prisons there make up more than half of the town's population. So, this is something that it seems like you all are aware of. So again, grateful for that. But to that, and I think it's also really important to note that it's complicated to associate folks who are currently incarcerated with a community that they have essentially been taken from. For some people, it may be a few years. For some people, it may be decades, and the way that they relate to those communities can be very complicated, and there may be a lot of hesitancy for folks to want to have a say in how they think that the map should be drawn in that area. But more importantly than that, I think the most important thing that this commission can do is answer the question why. Why is this something that people impacted by incarceration should be concerned about? And I think it's great if that information can be shared via postcards or over the institutional channels. But to the point that was raised earlier around messengers, folks who are impacted by incarceration, both inside and outside, have a lot of healthy skepticism for government institutions. So I think it'll be really important for folks to partner with community-based organizations that have longstanding relationships with directly impacted people, that are made up of directly impacted people, so that we can help folks see, why it's important to have their voices heard. Initiate Justice recently helped pass a ballot proposition, Prop 17, which restored voting rights to all formerly incarcerated people in California. So now everybody who's released from prison automatically has their voting rights restored. And that was a very important issue for us because we recognize the necessity of directly impacted people to be seen as a part of the political solution and not just the problem. So one way that manifests is in the process of voting. But of course, another way that manifests is in determining, what these districts even look like, and, who is represented where. So in, your outreach to system impacted communities, I would also encourage you to break down why this is important, how this impacts people's daily lives, because it is something that's quite complicated if you don't spend a lot of time looking into it. I think, any of us, it would take some time for us to figure out, like, why in the heck should I care about, what my various districts look like. This is something that folks might not even realize changes every so often. So I think just explaining like the overall process, why it's important to be aware of it, why it's important to uplift your voice and be heard in this process is really key. And then of course, like partnering with organizations who have trusted relationships with directly impacted folks. And then I think the last thing that I'll say quickly is a note on language. It's really important to use people-centered language when we're talking about people impacted by incarceration. So, we never use words that other impacted people, whether that be like prisoner, inmate, felon, anything like that, everything starts with people. So people in prison, people impacted by incarceration, formerly incarcerated people. Yeah, just kind of like rule of thumb, have the word people or person in there, and don't label folks. They'll be much more likely to respond and be part of this when they're seeing it for their full humanity. So yeah, I think that pretty much sums up some of the things that I wanted to say. I'm happy to answer more questions, but again, would just really encourage this commission and all of its outreach to do everything that they can to reach folks where they're at and help them see themselves as an important part of this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Taina. And then I'm going to pass it off to Beto.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you all for having us this afternoon. I hope that you and all your loved ones are doing well during these challenging times. Really hard to follow Taina, you know, and she eloquently just really put everything into perspective. You know, I guess I'll start off by just telling you a little bit about where I work, right? So I work at a research center. It's an educational research center. We're equity minded. We're at UC San Diego. And for the most part, we work on trying to provide equitable educational opportunities for all folks from pre-kinder to postdocs, you know, that have just completed their PhDs. And so that's a lot of work. The reason I mentioned that is because, you know, I am no stranger professionally to trying to address a lot of the equitable issues that exist for most of our disenfranchised populations, whether it's for education, whether it's for socioeconomic status, whether it's for workforce opportunities, you know, upward mobility, whatever it may be. It's for the most part, it's something that's near and dear to my heart. And then when coupled with my personal passions, which is to provide opportunities for folks that are system impacted, then you know that's kind of where I'm at. I grew up in San Diego, in Logan Heights to be exact. You know, first person in my family to do a lot of different things, some good, some not so good. But here I am, being able to speak for the voiceless, being able to advocate for those folks that don't know how, being able to support families that don't know that they can be supported. And so I'm excited to be able to share with you today and really echo everything that Taina just mentioned right now with respects to you know, the point that David made earlier about the messenger, right? And the value of transparency and the value of communicating with folks and not just making assumptions that everybody knows what you're talking about when you're talking about redrawing lines, right? Having conversations with folks that mention, you know, why it's important for them to be aware. What does this mean to them? How does this benefit their community? How are we thinking about when these future neighbors of ours, right? And I really want you to think along those lines, not all these people that are incarcerated only, but these future neighbors of ours, how are they going to contribute? What are they going to come to when they come back home to our counties, to the counties of commitment that they have? And so as we're having these conversations and we're thinking about everything that falls in between, you know, how are we humanizing them in that process, right? And I really appreciate that comment that was made when we're referring to folks that are incarcerated as people, right? I think oftentimes we get caught up in numbers like over 2 million people in the U.S. that are incarcerated, right? That's larger than the population of some states here in the United States, right? And we think about over 70 million people that are system impacted, whether they had handcuffs on at one point, whether they did time, or if not, right? And maybe they just got some kind of probation of some sort. You know, the case is that probably every one of us here on this call knows somebody either personally or indirectly that has been incarcerated at some point or impacted by the criminal justice system. So it's important for us to be able to humanize the people that we're working with and kind of step away from how things have always continued to be done to be able to start speaking life into their preparation to come back to society, to be our neighbors. You know, I definitely would agree with again everything that's already been mentioned, right? About, you know, we're talking about individuals that have come from communities where trust has been broken, We're talking about individuals that are going to go back to communities and households where they might have burned bridges, right? Where the only places that they know when they go back home might not be a healthy environment for them. So that means that we are tasked with being able to prepare folks with having options. This means that there needs to be resources. This needs that there needs to be funding, adequate funding to be able to provide and address many of the different issues that are going to be dealt with when folks return home. Transparency, right? Even in the work that we're doing here today and being able to communicate why it is that it's important, right? That they're aware of issues that are going on. And that's why I really appreciate a lot of the work that Initiate Justice is doing in informing and educating folks about what's going on around them. Because oftentimes, I'll tell you firsthand, we are not raised up to know about policy. We are not raised up to be familiarized with elections, right? Why? Because we're caught up trying to deal with life on life terms, right? And sometimes that means trying to pay the bills, trying to feed some mouths, trying to keep a roof over our head. And so for many of us, I know it's easy for us, including myself, you know, as I've now have transitioned after doing most of my 20s in state corrections and graduating there from youth corrections, you know, I have a couple of layers of privilege with me right now, and I need to be aware of that. And I also need to be aware of how that causes me to look at how we're interacting with populations like those that are currently incarcerated, how we're advocating for those folks, right? And we have this responsibility as individuals on boards like these to be able to consider not only the short-term implications, but the long-term implications of creating opportunities for upward mobility for individuals that have made decisions in the past that were not great, and to not let those past bad decisions dictate what they're considering themselves for the future. So I do want to leave you with that. I also want to leave you with this quote that I love to share from a friend of mine who says that the closest to the problem or the closest to the solution, but furthest from the power and resources. And with that, I want to share that, you know, as we're thinking about bringing in credible messengers, as we're creating a sense of urgency, as we're, you know, really helping to fortify individuals that have been impacted directly by the system, we can use their voices to continue to reach out to others, right? So I just want to encourage you all to have that vision, that long-term vision of the wonderful work that you get to do, and really take advantage of the opportunity and the reach that you can have by the decisions that this board makes. So thank you very much for allowing us to share it today.
Thank you, Beto. And I just want to say that Beto's very humble. He's, in case you haven't read his bio, he's a community college professor in biology, and he's also a doctoral candidate. So talk about a story that he gets to tell from when he was in his teens probably to now, right, Beto? So with that, I will open it up, and I'm hoping that Commissioner Sinai is going to take over from here.
Chair Taylor, would you like me to facilitate, or do you want to facilitate the questions?
You go ahead, Commissioner Sinai. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, comments, thoughts? Yes, Commissioner Kennedy.
I think we need clarity on this issue of maps being contraband. What kinds of maps, and how do we work around that if we want? I mean, when we're talking about communities of interest and the communities of interest mapping, we're talking small areas. We're not talking, you know, state maps with big chunks. We're talking very small areas. So we need to be clear as to what we can and can't do and offer to so that this population can engage in the redistricting process.
Okay, so I was hoping one of my counterparts from the Division of Adult Institutions would join me, but unfortunately they got called away. Typically, the smaller the map, usually around the prison area, would be the contraband. In general, maps are contraband, That doesn't mean we can't work with you. Doesn't mean you can't submit things to us and we can take a look at it and see whether it'd be allowed or not. But I would say typically, like if you had a zoomed in map around a prison area, that would probably be contraband. That probably would not be allowed. I can probably speak freely and say they're going to disallow that. But if you're doing an area that doesn't even have a prison, I don't see why we can't consider it. But like I said, I can always take back any suggestions. If you have like examples, if you want to show us, email me PDFs. We can talk to the individuals who make these decisions at the Division of Adult Institutions.
Thank you, David. And we're gonna Commissioner Fernandez and I are gonna work really, think this through and come back with what recommendations and thoughts on how we're gonna do some of this based. And obviously, this means we're going to be working very closely with David, Beto, and Diana to figure this all the different pieces out. Anybody else have questions or comments? Yes, Commissioner Yee.
Yes, thank you to our panel. This is very informative and very helpful as we embark on this new part of redistricting in California. So when it comes to last known address, I guess we are going to be getting, or I know we've been told we're going to get that data from the statewide database. They're going to do the work to reallocate incarcerated persons to last known addresses and to do so in as accurate as fashion as they can, using some randomization where necessary and so forth. So there's no discretion, I take it, in that process. So in some of our discussion just now, I guess it would be an outreach then that we might be in conversation with people about that process. And there were some brief comments earlier about, well, people have all kinds of relationships to former addresses. Some welcome, some may be very unwelcome. So just wanting to hear a little bit more, get some more advice about how to open that conversation and what to consider as we have some of those conversations about that reallocation process.
Maybe Beto and Diana, I think you might be in the better situation to answer that type of question.
Yeah. Oh, Beto, did you want to go first? Sorry.
Oh, yeah, it's okay. Go ahead, Tina.
So I think it might have been in some of the preparation materials, but in 2019, Initiate Justice did a report called Democracy Needs Everyone, and we surveyed over 1,000 currently incarcerated people and asked them if they could vote, would you vote, and what policy priorities were important to you. And some of the other questions that we asked were, what do you consider your community to be? For a lot of folks, that response was, my community is here. I've been here for X amount of years, and these are my friends. These are, this is who I consider my family now. So I'm not, exactly sure what boundaries or you have with the questions that you'll be asking. But if you have space for an open-ended question where maybe you can code some of the responses and ask, where do you consider your community to be? For some folks, that might be where their last residence address was. For some folks, it might be where they grew up, or, and I guess I also just wanted to get some clarity on if it's going to be their last residence address or if it was their county of commission, because for some folks that's different, and there might not be any connection to the county of commission. So yeah, I'm going to respond to that question with another question, but I think to respond to that, Commissioner Yee, I would say, try and find a way where you can actually touch base with the folks you're reaching out to get them to identify what their community is.
Yeah, I would, very good points. I would add just to that, it's multifaceted, right? When you think about it, because you have a couple of, so the population at hand is one of the groups. That's one of the facets. Families and households are a different one, right? Where they're coming from, what they would foresee, being a support, if added support to their county would be helpful. I would see service providers as another one, the community in general as another one. you know, it's not an easy. You're absolutely right. It's not an easy lift, right? But I think um, some of the groups that oftentimes go unheard is either the folks directly themselves that are doing the time, or the family members that are impacted by the decisions of the folks that are doing time. And so I would say being able to provide um, an opportunity for input from families that are impacted by folks that are away doing time would be good. It would equally be valuable to hear, just out of curiosity, what you know, COs, right, or officers at different institutions, what their opinion might be. It'll give you some contrast on things, right? But I think it's very important for you to be able to tap the voices that usually go unheard, um, because it'll give you an overall sense of the landscape, rather than just kind of making decisions because you see that it's a little bit more data driven approach to what you'd be doing, and then you can quantify, right, why this is important after that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Beto. Anyone else? Commissioner Sagwani, it looked like you were about to ask something.
No, I think this is a super helpful presentation, and I look forward to thinking about various formats of outreach to folks who are incarcerated people. Excuse me. Does folks count though? Folks is okay too, right? I hope so.
Yes, no, I appreciate your consciousness to that, right? You just I think that's a starting point. That's where we start, where we're aware of how conversations and the humanizing language. It's a very valuable point. There's research by Sean Harper I always like to kind of lean into, but this anti-deficit mindedness, right? In always thinking that we're solving a problem, that pobrecitos, right? There's so many problems with this and that, rather than thinking, wait, we have a great group, a gaggle, if you will. I never use that word, but I think it's appropriate here. A gaggle of people that have been successful, that are doing great things, that are those credible messengers, that can, not only provide hope, but you can actually learn from them, right? And goes back to that quote, right? These are the persons closest to the problems that have those solutions. But I think it starts with that awareness of, what we've been dehumanizing folks for a long time, and we need to change that rhetoric.
I really appreciate that. I think similarly, we could say the same about like folks experiencing homelessness, and
yes.
And I really appreciate that, and I love the work of Sean Harper. I think he's great.
Commissioner Anderson?
Thank you. It's a very interesting presentation. Thank you all. You mentioned, I think it's Beto. I don't want to be too familiar, but you mentioned the families, impacted the families, and the information we will be getting from the statewide database is actually where the prisoners were, taken from, essentially their last known address. And when we're considering, well, that's their community, that is what we would naturally be thinking. But I know, like as you mentioned, many families, particularly people who are incarcerated for longer periods of time, families move to be in the area for visiting purposes, etc. And so how would we, because quite frankly, they might be very interested in actually not being relocated to where they came from, but where their families are. So do you have any sort of information to say that we could use to determine, what portion of these people, rather than going, okay, well, here's our information, but actually what portion we could and should change, and how we might go about that?
Yeah, so it's a very, very interesting point. I think that's where we start kind of to see a lot of the ramifications from recent legislature, right, where folks are now doing local state time. So you still do have populations in California corrections the Department of Corrections, but you also have folks that are doing their time in county jails. Right now, they're doing what would typically be a state sentence in a county facility, and so I think that also, that's a game changer right now, right? Because you would have to look at what those numbers look like. You would have to look at the family, component of it. And it goes both ways, right? You have families that are willing to make that sacrifice like that because that's what it is on the families to be able to be closer to their loved ones. And then you have folks, like myself that just did time on your own, right? And you have to disconnect yourself from the outside world. And it kind of goes back to the other point that Taina made earlier, where your community is that facility that you're in, that yard that you're on. And so again, it's no easy feat, right? Definitely a lot of things to consider. But I think as we think about how statewide things are changing, because we for so long we're at overcapacity of we were supposed to be, and because now folks are doing more local time, how does that overlap with Prop 47 funds, right? How does that overlap with other efforts that are going on, and how could we, instead of working in silo, work in unison or complement other things that are already going on, other efforts that are going on to help folks, really not lower just lower recidivism or just look like we're not locking as many people up, but actually giving them vital tools and resources so that they can rehabilitate, right? So that they can have a fighting chance of doing well out here, especially in times like now, right? You add this whole added layer of COVID and the challenges with working right now. Most of these jobs that a lot of these folks would come to would be, at these essential workers now or restaurants, which just today they started opening up again. So while the general population out here is struggling already with jobs, what does that look like for folks that are getting out right now and coming to an environment like this, right? And so again, it's not an easy feat. I don't envy your job by any means, right? But I think, again, I really appreciate this whole conversation because at least we're having it, right? At least we're having this conversation and we're acknowledging that there's an important piece to consider, especially when we're talking about resources. Taina, I don't know if you'd like to add anything to that.
Yeah, thank you, Beth. I actually did want to add something that I realize is not the purview of this commission, but I think the elephant in the room is that incarcerated people don't have the right to vote, and that's why this issue is so complicated. Where we're asking ourselves, where should we be counting them? How should they be included in redrawing of the district maps? Because at the end of the day, they don't have the ability to vote for the people who will be running in those districts. So I guess I just wanted to name that and say that, in the future, I don't know if there's any space for this commission to make any types of policy recommendations, but if we can restore voting rights to all citizens who are over the age of 18 in the state of California, that this is something that will be much more simple moving forward. Hopefully on next census, that will be a reality.
Thank you, Diana. David, did you have any response kind of to what Commissioner Anderson asked? Do we know what percentage of families move closer or any of the?
That is pretty hard to tell. I was thinking about it too. I mean, we do have an Office of Research. They don't capture where the families live, but we can probably somehow get a statistic of where they end up, where the incarcerated person ends up when they leave, if it's a different county from when they started. I was thinking throughout this thing too, some crimes will prohibit you from going to the county of commitment as well. If you committed a certain series of crimes, you can't go back to the county if the victim doesn't want you there, and that's part of the California Constitution as well. So maybe that is something we work with our Office of Research to figure out. Out of what percentage of incarcerated end up in a new county.
And if I could just add I don't have any statistics either, but anecdotally, as somebody who visited someone in prison for 7 years and, met a lot of visitors, a lot of us would try to move as close as possible if we could, but it's very difficult because one, most people move from prison to prison often. My loved one was in prison for 7 years and was at 5 different facilities, so keeping up with that is really difficult. Two, these prisons are in the middle of nowhere. So nobody wants to live in Susanville. Nobody wants to live in Jamestown or any of these random towns that I've never heard of until I was driving to a prison to one of those places. And then three, like it's so much to move your entire life. People have kids, people have jobs and all of those things. So for myself, I tried to move closer. So, I would try to move to a town where instead of being 10 hours away, I was 5 hours away or something like that. But it's just incredibly hard to track because so much of it is up in the air. And if I could guess, I would probably say that what happens most often is people just stay where they are and don't see their loved ones because it's too hard.
And I would the last point I would add to that is, if CDC were to go and ask a family, hey, where do you live, right? Are you moving closer to see a relative? Chances are they're probably not going to, answer honestly with you because for fear of being investigated further, or you're assuming that I'm doing something, or, there's just, and maybe it's just me, right? Because I've been guilty of things in the past, right? I don't know. But there's this sense of, I can't get involved with law enforcement because then I'm opening up a can of myself for something, right? I'm putting myself. That's street code, right? It's like, oh, you don't go talk to the cops because then they're going to want to turn around and check you out or investigate you and take your name, and it just, so again, there's this trust, right? This antitrust piece that's going on, and I think if we were to approach all of this with a layer of authenticity of, hey, we just want to make sure that the resources are going where they're supposed to go in the state of California. And this is why it's important. And this is what it can look like. And this is why we need your help, right? And having those credible messengers to help deliver that message so that people don't feel like, hey, CDC is up to something, right? And I'm talking about the folks that are incarcerated because you're all, in Spanish, and the reporter's going to hate me for this, right? But in Spanish, they're saying, me parece muy ojona para ser paloma, right? If it's too good to be true, it probably is. That's more or less the rough interpretation of that. And so sometimes, as well-intended as we may be, we're talking to folks that are not trusting of the state, of the system, and are going to look at you with that skepticism, right? And so, again, that authenticity, the genuineness, the working with the credible messengers, but just being very sincere in the things that we're doing. I think it's important for us.
Commissioner Taylor.
Good afternoon, and Mr. Vasquez, that statement works in a variety of communities, so it's beyond just yours. Quickly, if either of you might know, are there any other publications that are widely distributed amongst the incarcerated population?
I know there's quite a few, like Life Support Alliance is an organization, Restore Justice is an organization, Anti-Racism Coalition is a large. Like I said, I have a lot of contacts with basically any of the programs that are providing services within institutions, so we can have each and every one of them push messages, publications, anything we really want to include Initiate Justice.
I would also recommend the San Quentin News. So if folks have connection, if you don't have a connection with folks who are writers or editors, one of our board members is a lead staff writer at San Quentin, so we'd be happy to make that connection.
Yeah, my boss helped start that, so we're good. I think they're not really distributing right now because of COVID, and that's the problem. Because of COVID, we're not really doing too much of that.
Thank you.
Beto, do you want to say what you put in the chat publicly?
Yeah, sure. So actually, I run a little nonprofit on the side, and we used to do a lot of civic engagement work with the guys that are getting out here locally in San Diego. Because of COVID, we haven't been able to do a lot of the things that we typically do So we're actually going to be starting a newsletter, and I've already been in works with the San Diego County Sheriff's Department on gathering stories from folks that are system impacted, resources and such. Because oftentimes you get a list that's outdated. You know, they tell you, oh, here's a list of felon-friendly jobs, right? And you call them all, half of them don't work. Many of them don't accept you. And so we're actually putting together a newsletter that's going to debut in March, good Lord willing, and it's going to be to that specific audience there. So David, I'll probably follow up to see if we can get into the hands of folks that are close to going home.
Right. Any other questions? Oh, I wanted to close just with a conversation that Diana and I had. Oh, everyone's going in different direction, but yes, Commissioner Kennedy, I finally see you.
Thank you. When we last discussed this, I made the point that I support reallocating the population of California residents, but I would also, as far as equity, like to see us make an effort to reallocate individuals in the federal system. And I just wanted to know if any of the speakers had thoughts on that. I've drafted a letter for Chief Counsel's review and possible sharing with relevant subcommittees, but I just wanted to get our guests' views on reallocating individuals in the federal system. Thank you.
I'll go ahead, Tane. That's all. So one thing to think about with that is they're not all California residents. I did a tour of the facility in Dublin, so I can easily connect you with the PIO or some of the other administration there. They're not always California residents, even though they're currently living in California. So I don't know how your view on that is, because they're going to leave and they're not going to come into our community. But so maybe doing a survey amongst their entire prison population of California residents throughout the system. As Diana stated, all California should be counted. So it's not a bad idea. Go ahead, Diana.
Oh, actually, I wanted to clarify. Commissioner Kennedy, were you talking about people who are serving a federal prison sentence at a California federal institution, or California residents who are serving time at a federal institution outside of California?
Ideally, I would like to deal with both of those.
Okay.
I recognize that it is going to be difficult, but what I said at the last meeting when we discussed this is I would at least like us to make a good faith effort to do that.
Right. So I wish I had a proposal for a solution, but I think that I'll just echo what you're saying, that it's complicated because we do have, as Mr. Maldonado just said, folks who are not California residents who are serving their time here. And then we also have folks who come from California who are serving time at federal facilities all over the country. So maybe the practice we need is just to keep people close. I don't know.
Thank you. And Commissioner Taylor?
Yeah, so, I don't know if you guys have the answer or not. Is there an effective enumeration of the individuals that are serving state time in county facilities? Is that counted in that whole number, or is that now a separate number?
So the individuals serving time in county facilities, only because of COVID do we have inmates in county facilities. We because of a lot of legislation like AB 109, Prop 47, there has been crimes that have not been deemed, like in the past, would have got you to prison. So those aren't CDCR inmates. In the past, it was, I think, prior to 2011, the most you can stay in a county facility was 1 year. With the legislation of AB 109 and Prop 47 passing, those aren't CDCR inmates. Those are county inmates. But because of COVID right now, there is a kind of a backlog of individuals waiting to transfer to CDCR prisons. And I want to say it's pretty high right now. We're trying our best to get them into CDCR facilities, but because of COVID restrictions of social distancing, we're slowly but surely getting them in there. So hopefully that answers that.
Yeah, folks who are serving a state prison sentence in a county jail are considered part of the county jail system, even though it's technically they're incarcerated under the state system. But thanks to AB 2466, they can also vote. So even though they're serving a state prison sentence, they are considered part of the county system, so they can vote. So I think it would be a little bit less complicated with them, because they're represented in other ways as well.
Thank you. Okay, I'm looking. Anyone else? All right. Well, I wanted just to kind of close it with a conversation that we had when we were preparing for this panel. And as Taina said, they created a report that states, the title is Democracy Needs Everyone. And she has it right there, and I have sent it over to Freddie to share. And for me, I mean, that's something I've always said is democracy needs everyone, and voting is not democracy, but there's a lot more to democracy, as we all know, because we're on this commission. But one of the things that's really interesting about incarcerated people and going back to their communities is, Taina, do you want to just give the overview of what you all found about voting and just being engaged?
Sure. So the purpose of this report was to support legislation to end felony disenfranchisement, so to restore voting rights for currently and formerly incarcerated people in California. We did win part of this in November with Prop 17. However, the work is not done. We're trying to restore voting rights for everybody impacted by incarceration. But essentially, we found three different things. One, people impacted by incarceration do want to be able to vote. Going through the system, folks generally understand much more intimately like how policy impacts their everyday life. And most folks reported back saying that they feel like much more likely to be engaged in the political process. I think it was about 30-something% of folks who said that they voted before they were incarcerated, and 98% of the people said that if they had their voting rights restored now, they would. And I cannot think of any other demographic where 98% of the people say, like, I would do this if I could. So that stood out. Two, we found, and this kind of goes back to some of the points I was making earlier, is that, folks who are also currently incarcerated are part of a community. And the community, it mirrors with the communities that we have out here. People are working, people are going to school, they have friends, they have recreational activities, things that they do in their free time. They build relationships and they build lives inside, and they try to contribute to their communities in any way that they can. Some of them, participate in like volunteer activities on the inside that benefit folks on the outside. Some just like mentor one another. So it's really important for us to see folks who are currently incarcerated as members of a community, even if that community looks different from the community in the free world in some ways. And then the third thing is that restoring voting rights will increase public safety. About 3 out of 4 people in the report said that if they have their voting rights restored, they feel like it would help them be less likely to return to jail. 86% of people said having their voting rights restored would make them feel more connected to their communities, which is also linked to lower recidivism. So again, the purpose of the report is to make an argument for an end to felony disenfranchisement, which of course is very closely linked to the questions that are before this commission.
And the reason I wanted her to share that is, even if we do outreach and we don't get a high activation rate among the population, just the effort, as they have said, of reaching out and then seeing the importance of their voice, or that understanding this issue better, is helping our communities in the long run, and their communities in the long run, because they're feeling connected and heard. So the public will be happy to hear. It's not about the numbers. The outcome is bigger than that. It's about just the civic engagement long term. As Alberto was saying earlier, you need to look at long term outcomes. Thank you, Beto, Taina, David. I know this is just the beginning of our conversations. But thank you for sharing your stories and your wisdom and your experience and all the work that you do in our communities. Take care.
Thank you so much for
Thank
having
you all for having us. Have a good one.
Thank you.
so much.
Okay, so that was wonderful. I think if it is okay with Commissioner Stadwani and Commissioner Yee, perhaps we can revisit the issue with the Black Caucus and perhaps address that.
Sure, and many thanks to Lori Schellenberger for raising that. Yes, we most certainly, sorry about that, we most certainly were reaching out to the Black Census and Redistricting Hub and had hoped that they would be able to present this morning. We most certainly recognize the importance of hearing from the Black community as it relates to the Voting Rights Act, right? The Voting Rights Act was originally created based on Jim Crow laws that prohibited African Americans, particularly in the South, but also nationwide, who were unable to access the vote. So yes, we had a long conversation with Mr. Woodson, and I am so sorry that I am forgetting your last name right now. Commissioner Yee, if you have that, please feel free to jump in.
Nyamekye, Nyamekye.
Yes, thank you so much. We both of them had presented to this commission previously. I think they were very willing to present. It just the timing and the day didn't really work out for them at this point in time. We were able to spend a good hour or so talking with them, as well as with some of the representatives from the Othering and Belonging Institute at UC Berkeley, whom they have partnered with. They specifically have data analysts there that are mapping for them some of the movements of the Black community within California from 2010. Right, as we've discussed previously, we anticipate seeing some of those changes when we receive the census data. We believe that there has been movement, for example, of African American communities in the South Los Angeles area to parts of the Inland Empire, growth in communities in the Stockton and San Joaquin valleys. So they are looking at all of those issues currently and thinking about them from a VRA perspective. I certainly don't want to speak on behalf of the Black Census and Redistricting Hub in terms of their analysis of that data, but we most certainly made the offer to them that when they have that report ready, we would love to have them come and share that with the commission, as well as any thoughts or recommendations that they might have for their VRA. So, the intention is to continue to be in touch with them. Unfortunately, it didn't work out today, and I certainly welcome, Mr. Woodson or others from the hub to chime in, call in for public comment if there's anything today that they want to just add to the conversation, but certainly we want to keep the door open for the future.
Just to mention the names of the folks from the Othering Institute at UC Berkeley. It was Arthur Giles, Giles, and then Samir Gambhir, Samir, last name Gambhir. So in 2011, there were no VRA districts created for the African American communities. That based on community testimony and RPV work as well. So of course they're tracking a population shift since then, and the question will be, what to recommend for this time around. The one piece of advice they gave, is the same thing we heard this morning, which is communities that are smaller than a district in size, don't ignore them. Try to include them in a neighboring, within a district that makes sense, and not a neighboring district that doesn't make sense. And so we took that to heart.
Yeah, and just to add to that, I mean, while I think when we think about the VRA, we're often thinking about majority minority districts, but that does not necessarily need to be the case. Influence districts could also potentially be in compliance with the VRA. And influence districts, from a political science research sort of standpoint, can also be, allow for very fair representation and allow underrepresented communities to still receive fair and reasonable representation, even if it's not necessarily representation from their own community. So I think we're continuing to think about all of those things as we move forward with this process and what that will look like and mean throughout the state for varying communities.
Thank you, Commissioners Yee and Sadwani. I think that this would be an appropriate time to take a break. That way we can have the rest of our agenda in a continuity. We want to have a significant break in between. When we return from our break, we will be at agenda item number 5, Executive Director's Report. I will also make a note that due to scheduling conflicts, that we may move up agenda item number 9J, the grant subcommittee, so that both of those commissioners involved can be fully engaged with that discussion prior to our conclusion today. So we'll take a break and be back at 3 o'clock. All right, my trusty timer tells me we have waited 2 minutes. So seeing no one in the queue, we will move on to agenda item number 5. So Dan, I know I only tried to give you 5 minutes to do your whole report. Now you have more time to do a more brushed report out.
Thank you, Chair. I will try to keep this fairly succinct because I know we have a lot of business. I wanted to report on, first of all, on our budget. Deputy Director Hernandez and I met with 10 legislative staffers from the Joint Legislative Budget Committee, the budget offices of the Senate and the Assembly, and the legislative staff from the 4 legislative leadership offices and 2 of the members from the Department of Finance yesterday. It was a very good meeting. We talked, the conversation was completely about the $2.3 million outreach provisional funding. And it appeared that all of the staffers had read the Commission's posted strategic outreach plan. So that tells you that people are paying attention to what you're doing. There were many things discussed. The 3 things that were the most important that I thought to bring up to you was that the Commission's educational meetings were examined and the staff asked whether the meetings would be recorded and posted for public review to ensure transparency. Then they asked when would the Commission formalize our outreach plan. To that one, I responded that that was a topic that hopefully we would get to during this meeting set, and Alvaro explained the outreach plan in depth. And then finally, they wanted to know how much of the Commission's budget would be dedicated to internal outreach, including materials, translation, and language access, and how much would be devoted to grants. So we gave them our best estimates, knowing that there would be more answers coming out of this meeting. And now another meeting, they've asked for another meeting to be scheduled for early next week to basically get the responses from whatever we decide during this meeting set. So first of all, I'll just ask, are there any questions about that meeting? Okay. The next item in our budget is going to be the April letter. I've discussed it for week after week. It does have to be completed early in February. That letter and the Commission's February budget update will be completed by myself and our new budget officer. I can now tell you that that individual's name is John Fitzpatrick. John joins us from the Department of Finance, where he's been our primary contact with the department, and he's a principal budget analyst overseeing all of California's boards and commissions. We're very fortunate to be bringing on someone with that much experience. And he was also involved with the 2010 commission as our principal contact. So he has a long history of knowing how this commission operates and what our budget needs are. So we're glad to have him aboard. Finally, the staff are completing projections for costs that will determine the amount of expansion that we're going to request during the May revision. That request will include considerations of our increased operational expenses that will result from a longer staffing cycle because of the anticipated delay caused by the census, and also the cost of additional videography expenses. The upshot of this is we are putting together this week and next week the final budget projections, which means that in February you'll get a comprehensive estimate of how much we think it's going to cost, our best estimates, and those will be the same numbers that will be provided to the Department of Finance to substantiate our request for any additional funds. I really believe that there will be an expansion of our operational expenses simply because of the videography costs and because of this delay where we expand staffing needs out for 2 to 4 months longer than we had originally anticipated. So that's where we're at right now with our budget, and so I'll pause to see if there are any questions. Commissioner Sadwani?
Thanks, Dan. This all sounds great. It sounds like Mr. Fitzpatrick's going to be an excellent addition to the team. I wanted to just ask, I remember, and I forget all of the correct terminology, but I recall previously you were very excited to be advancing like an application to become a designated something.
You're talking,
that Raul would be, and then Raul had
right. Delegated authority.
Delegated
we
authority.
We are still working on that through the procurement department of the Department of Finance, and we are having many of the same problems that we had last time because of the short-term nature of our endeavor. And this time the rules have changed slightly, so we're working to see what we can do. To start with, what we're hoping to do is just get a California credit card so that we can start charging some of the things that are on some of our credit cards just to that. But we are still working on that, and I'll keep you apprised. That's where we're at. Commissioner Ahmed?
Thank you, Dan. I don't know if I'm missing this, but I'm looking on the website with the posted material. I don't see any handouts for your report. Is that accurate?
That's correct. The numbers I'm talking about and the projections would be in that report that I had promised at the first of each month, and really it wouldn't have changed. Our expenditures and our encumbrances have not changed since the beginning of this month. They will change by the beginning of next month, and that will be the most comprehensive report that we have at that time, because that's the one we're going to extend to the governor's office for a request for additional funds as we see them.
Thank you.
Okay, not seeing any other hands. Commission computers. So the only remaining item for shipping these computers to you is to load them with Windows 365. The first vendor that we had backed out of the agreement to provide us with it, and now the new vendor, the second vendor that we are working with, has said that they're going to deliver those licenses by next week. And as soon as we have Windows 365, that'll get loaded onto your computers by Corina and will be shipped to each of you. But it has been just a slog on trying to get that taken care of. Any questions? Seeing none. Hiring. So we are rounding the corner at that time when we're going to really start staffing out for the individuals that are going to support you, both the data management side of the equation and also field staff. Alvaro will be talking about that more extensively. I just wanted to say that I've spoken with all of our staff about about giving me their needs over the next couple of weeks and their projections for the individuals that they think that they may wish to add onto their staff. That includes the Deputy Executive Director, the Administrative Deputy, and our Chief Counsel. And I anticipate that once we have those needs, that we would take those positions and the justification for them through the Finance and Administrative Committee, and they would give us the review, and then we would go ahead and add them onto the our organizational chart and start doing a projection as to what those individuals will cost us across the life of this project. Now, without knowing when the census data is actually going to come to us, we're going to work on this projection that some of these staff will be with us for up to 10 months and others will be with us for 6 months. And we'll work the numbers that way. And like I said, we're going to be going through the Finance and Administrative Committee to make sure that we get a sign off on our numbers and what we should be doing. In that same vein, I asked our Chief Counsel to work with Marion to determine how the Commission can write letters so that the current letter process that we had for the Census Bureau doesn't become an issue. And when we get that opinion of how the best way that we can move forward, we will also move that through the Finance and Administrative Committee. And then finally, I just wanted to say that we are on a very critical point as a commission. Our timing is getting to that point where we need to make some decisions, particularly this week in this meeting. We don't necessarily need votes where places weren't agendized for votes, but we need a consensus of the Commission's opinion about the direction we're going to be headed so that we can start thinking about staff hires and also for contracts that we need to put in place. This includes, it includes everything that we're going to talk about, whether it's materials that we want translated or it's languages that we wish to put under contract, the staffing needs for data management or the staffing needs for the field teams. If we can come out of this with as many of those answers completed, even if they don't need a vote, or even if we need to have the vote the next time, then it can keep us on track. If we have to wait till the next meeting, it's going to slow us down. So I have every bit of faith in all of you that we're going to come away with what we need. And that's the end of my report, unless any of you have any questions for me. Commissioner Sadwani?
Mine's just a comment more than a question. I think as we're contemplating the addition of more staffing, I just really want to underscore the need for new staff members to receive training on the work of the commission, what it is that we are here to do, the legal requirements that we have to uphold. I think in some of the conversations with some of our newer staff, it's become apparent to me that training did not happen for them. There wasn't an onboarding process. And I think that makes it a real challenge then to advance the work because I think we are trying to move more quickly now, right? We all recognize that time is of the essence. Things are about to pick up rather quickly. So I think as we are thinking about more staffing being brought on, I just want to make sure that it's on our radar to ensure there's a couple days where folks can, at a minimum, sit down and watch some of those training videos that we participated in early on in this process to really understand kind of where we've come from thus far and what it is that we're really attempting to do.
We noted it. Commissioner Anderson.
I have a question about the writing letters. What were you referring to? Is that just just for straight legal opinions or for letters in general? Or could you elaborate a little bit more about that?
I will. Commissioner Toledo had actually put together a census letter that we're going to discuss, I believe, and it was it was sent through to me, and I had actually asked that it be distributed to the full commission for edits. And then at the last, well, actually had it gone out, and then I was put under the impression that that was the wrong thing for me to do, that could have been a violation of Bagley-Keene. There were no comments, so there was no violation, but we need to have a better way of taking these types of documents if we wish everyone to see them and edit them than the way I approached it. And so we're looking to formalize a policy, because this isn't going to be the last letter that one of you or all of you wishes to send out or wishes to see. And so the last thing I would want to do is jeopardize this commission by making a foolish error. So that's it was actually brought up by the Finance and Administrative Committee that we should consider this particular, how we should do this and have a policy for it. And so I'm just following through on that.
So, sorry, so just clarification, these are for letters we're sending, say, these are specific letters that the entire commission is planning on sending, as opposed to, communication back and forth with different individual groups in the state.
Right. It's any response where the commission may see and may wish to all see it and review it before it goes out, whether it's from within the state or not. If you all wish to collectively get behind a letter, such as the census letter, then we need to have a way so that there's not a serial meeting, so that doesn't occur. That's what we're after right here. Just a policy that says if we have that letter, here's how we're going to move it forward without having a Bagley-Keene violation.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Commissioner Fernandez.
Actually, on that letter thing,
right.
When Commissioner Fornashari and we talked, was it yesterday? It was yesterday, right? We actually felt when we talked that we don't necessarily need a policy, but maybe like an agreement amongst the commissioners in terms of letters, which ones require them to go through subcommittees, if it's associated with specific subcommittee, or is it okay just for the chair to sign? Because again, our concern is if there's correspondence that needs to be routed through all of the commissioners, it's really going to hold up the process in terms of responding. So I wasn't thinking of formalizing it in the policy. I was thinking more of like an agreement amongst the commissioners for that.
Certainly, and we can discuss that during the week, and then decide how you wish to handle it, you and Commissioner Fonashari, moving it forward. Commissioner Sinai.
Having said that, though, I do think that the subcommittee who is working on that issue should review it, give that final eye after everything is done, after the legal and everybody else, just in case something's missing.
I think that's all part and parcel of the same process, that we just look at all the correspondence that we might be moving and just make sure that everyone sees it who needs to see it. But I agree with you. Any other questions? Thank you, Chair. I'm finished.
Thank you, Director Claypool. And while we both have them here and present, while we have them captive, I am going to move to agenda item 9J, the Grants Subcommittee.
All right, Commissioner Lamont, do you want to go ahead and start?
Oh, there you go. Okay. Hi, Commissioner Kutagawa. Are you going to share your screen, or is staff going to share theirs? Or I know we didn't really talk through how we were going to present the information. Hopefully everyone had a chance to take a look at the two attachments we're going to go over today that were included in the packet.
I'll go ahead and share my screen. I think I have it up.
Okay. You want to walk us through it, Commissioner Kutagawa?
Sure, I'll just briefly start and just say that what we're going to be presenting to, or what we are presenting to the entire commission for your consideration, is two separate grant structure options. I will say that Commissioner Lamons and I had quite a few very in-depth conversations with staff on these options. I just want to commend them for just some really great work in terms of doing research, answering all of our questions, trying to anticipate all of the possible questions that might come up, and also trying to anticipate where are the kind of areas in which there might be concerns. So as you'll see up here, is we have one option, which is to use a third party. And then we consider the second option being an in-house option, which is all of the work would be done in-house, including all of the grant applications, the actual granting of the grants, and then all of the other back-end work that would happen. We wanted to just present in the most, I would say, neutral way, the two different options. And we wanted to engage all of you in discussions about these two options, and to see where the commissioners would like to go. I think I will just say for myself, I mean, I do have a particular area in which I would recommend going, but we do want to make it open to everybody to see what the options are before we actually make a specific decision about which option. Commissioner Lamont, I know you have some really great thoughts in terms of both our process, but also how we arrived here. So I think it would be helpful for the commissioners to hear from you too.
Okay. What I'd like to add just prior to that is we're not asking to make a decision today. I think that's important for the public to understand. We're not taking a vote per se today. So there will be an opportunity to digest this information that we're discussing today. And we do plan to have a preliminary document, if necessary, in the form of an RFA available between this meeting and our next series of meetings, the first set of meetings in February, as well as a budget outline. So all of those items would be drafted depending upon the direction we go here, and those things will be available to be reviewed and addressed so that when we come together in the February meeting, we'll be able to actually vote and be prepared to move forward rather quickly. So just from a process standpoint, we really wanted to set this up, respecting all of the lead time that was necessary to get documents posted, et cetera, but to come up with a process where we could have a fruitful discussion today and then move the process forward. So I too want to piggyback on Commissioner Kutagawa's praise and feedback to staff for all of their outstanding work in getting us to this point, because we did have several meetings and they were very responsive, and we feel really good about what we've laid out here, and hopefully it sets up this conversation in a way that we can actually come to some conclusions or start to rule out some things. I too won't, like you, Commissioner Kutagawa, I won't say we share the same recommendation, but we don't want to go there yet. We'd like to just have a discussion about it first and see where everybody kind of shakes out. We also wanted the commissioners to know that we were paying attention in this process as well to things that we've heard along the way. So this isn't the first time we've talked about this. So, I mean, it's come up in many of our discussions over the last several months. And so we tried to keep all of that in mind as well. So what we hope we have here is a nice layout. I have to admit, it's a little small on my screen, but I'll go and pull up. I have actually the actual document, but I won't be able to see all of you at the same time. So with that, Commissioner Kutagawa, if you like, I can kind of talk us through it, or you can do it.
No, go ahead, Commissioner Lamont.
Okay, so let me pull up the actual, I have it open, I just need to pull it up because I can't see the one on the screen. These older eyes, I guess. Let's see here, let me get it. Okay, here we go. So it's two documents. One is going to be the two options, and then we're going to do a estimated timeline for each. We'll go to that one second. So as everyone here knows, we've been talking a lot about the pros and cons of doing this through a third party versus in-house, and what could be done and what would it take. My initial concern was that, and I'd said this, in previous meetings, is that when you go through agency whose job and responsibility and business is to administer grants, there's oftentimes a lot of requirements or hoops that prevent organizations that I think was a part of the groups that we wanted to reach, that ends up preventing them from actually being able to participate. And that was one of my big concerns about us just jumping right to a third party option and not strongly considering an in-house option. And also one of the reasons why I raised my hand to be on this subcommittee, to hopefully keep that intention and that message alive in terms of, if we really want to try to help some of the groups that don't typically get to play, how can we best do that? And we did take that into consideration as we began to put together this document as well. So as you can see on the far left column is a set of considerations. And so we looked at the time frame to draft and distribute grant solicitations. As you can see that they're very similar between option 1 and 2. And then we looked at also commission approval of the final awardees, like that process, and what would that take? And there's a slight longer process in option 2. And then below explains each of these processes and what impacts that timeline between March 8th through 9th. And these are dates based upon starting at these particular times. We know this could be adjusted depending upon when we actually launch the process. This was more so to look at, process time and how long a process would actually take. And then in the third consideration, we looked at the times for the funds to be distributed, which was a really critical one, because we were thinking about, despite the fact that census data is going to be delayed and things are being pushed out, we also wanted to make sure that resources could reach the recipients in time for them to actually do the work in service of our work. So that's what this category is all about. And then we looked at the cost consideration. And we use a standard, and this could be, plus or minus a few percentage points, but typically about 10% of the total grant award is usually what that administration fee is to process the money. And we just used the $1 million. That's going to be one of the determinations that we have to make between now and the next meeting, is what is the exact budget that we're actually making available for the grants. So that's where that 10% comes from. So we figured it would cost about $100,000 on $1 million distribution for administrative costs to handle that. And internally, when we looked at staff time, the various players that would have to be involved, if there were new hires, additional staff, et cetera, that it would be a little more than the 100,000. So it would be a cost advantage to option 1 comparatively. And I think this category here is probably the biggest one, and that's the staff workload. Because of course, if we do this in-house, all of the workload will be on our staff and us. And so what's broken down here is how that staff workload would look if we went with option 1 versus option 2. And then the commission workload. I'm sorry, that was staff. We did delineate commission workload separately. And again, it would of course be a larger burden on the commissioners if we go with an in-house model versus the third-party option. And then this was a category that, based on what we recalled, meaning Commissioner Kutagawa, myself, some of the things that had come up in the past is we really wanted to give some attention to public perception as well as litigation risk. And so we wanted to put those elements there as well. So we just laid out the raw data here, and we wanted to give the opportunity for all of the commissioners to have this information available to them. And then we could answer any questions as to how we got to any of this information. And Marcy Kaplan and Deputy Executive Director Hernandez were very involved with us in talking these things through and doing the background research. So they're available to support in answering questions as well. So Commissioner Kutagawa, I don't know if there's anything else you want to add before we open up. Maybe we should go on and do the timeline part too. And then, because they kind of work in conjunction with each other. And it's not a lot of data there. So why don't we look at that as well? So there was also this workflow in terms of what would take what amount of time to accomplish. So that's what that second document attachment lays out. And I'm trying to locate it. Commissioner Kutagawa, do you want to just go through it? I don't have that one handy. I apologize.
Yeah, no problem. And I had to blow it up because it's really hard to see. But what we wanted to do is from a visual point of view to be able to showcase to everybody, both the commissioners and also any of the public members of the public who are watching and are interested in this particular conversation. We wanted to show some of the differences in the timeline. And as you'll see that the first half is not as stark of a difference. You'll see that from a timing perspective, we're pretty much even. Where we're starting to see differences is length of time in terms of how long we would post and distribute the solicitation for the RFA, how much time it would take in terms of grant review, approval of who gets awarded the grant or grants. And then there's also other challenges around or time crunches where you'll see the big difference in terms of how long it takes not only to review it, but also to prepare the recommendations, and then how long it takes to actually release the funds, get the grant agreements signed and into the state system, the fiscal system, which we were told is going to take some time if we're doing it, if the commission decides we want to individually award the grants ourselves rather than through another party. So there is a possibility in terms of the timeline difference. It is pretty stark. You'll see that by the time we can possibly get, if we use a third party, we're looking at a potential release date of about roughly mid-April when we will have the funds available and out to the entity. And then our expectation is that they will then be able to quickly turn that around and get it out to the grantees that they select. Whereas if we do the grant distribution ourselves, we're looking at sometime about a month to month and a half later. So at least around the end of May timeframe when the organizations will actually have funds in hand. And so there are pros and cons to both, but we wanted to at least lay it out in terms of the timeline. And one of the other things I do want to mention again is in terms of the work that will be done. I've had a conversation with Commissioner Claypool where he has said, the direct costs are one thing, but then there's also the indirect costs. The indirect costs meaning the staff time. It's not just the staff members who are directly involved in handling the work, but there's legal review, there's fiscal kind of inputs and other things like that. So if we take all of those costs into account, we started to see that while a 10% grant, fee that a third party would take seems significant, we also realize that there are going to be significant costs to the commission as well too, even if we do it. And then there's also the time costs that we'll need to also take into account for the commissioners, because we'll need to be very very hands-on and involved in this process as well too. So I'm going to stop sharing. Any questions? Any reactions? So Chair Taylor, do you want to facilitate, or do you want us to facilitate?
Just so that I'll help you so that you guys can answer accordingly. You don't get lost in anything. And those commissioners that want to state, again, raise your hand. Commissioner Sinai was the first hand I saw, and Commissioner Turner, and Commissioner Kennedy, and Commissioner Fernandez.
I think you said this, but I'm not seeing it on here. For option 1 on the time frame for distribution of funds, that's just distribution of funds to the third party, but that doesn't, the time built in to get it from the third party to the actual community-based organizations isn't on here. So, in your conversations with the community, with the third parties, do you know what that time frame might be?
Well, I'll try to jump in on that. What our concern was there is an entity who's used to doing this would more than likely, in comparison to what we would have to do with fiscal, et cetera, in terms of getting it out to the community, would be a shorter process. So we don't know exactly what their process would be, but that would be part of what we would want them to describe in their application if they were going after this opportunity. So what we did is basically made a educated guess that by this being what they do, the biggest challenge we would have is getting the resource to them. And then they would more than likely be able to turn that resource around to the public much faster than we would through the fiscal process. Once we got to that point, be able to get it to the street. So it was more that comparison than it was an actual us having a clear understanding of exactly how long that would take for them.
And Commissioner Sinai, we can't necessarily dictate it, but as Commissioner Lamont said, we part of our consideration of the proposals would be what their process is going to be and how quickly and efficiently they can get it out in a way that is still going to, ensure that the work is going to be done properly.
Commissioner Turner.
Yes, and thank you, Commissioner Sakutagawa and Commissioner Lamont, for just all of the detail and work on here. I have a couple of questions. Number one, I would imagine that if we were to go with option 2 and whoever ended up being that fiscal sponsor, depending on who it is, there should be no delay. They probably could go ahead and release the funds depending on that sponsor, just with a signed agreement for us that the money is forthcoming. The first comment. I wanted to understand under option number 1 that has us relying on a fiscal sponsor. I'm sorry, let me see. Option 1, third party. It says that there is one grantee. So it's one of these options that we're only going to grant the whole million to one grantee. I wasn't sure how to read that.
No, what that means is we're dispersing resources to one entity versus 50 or 100. Like we're dispersing to the recipient who would be doing the distribution, as opposed to directly dispersing to whatever number of grantees we ultimately have.
Okay.
Commissioner Turner, I do want to, I think I know what you're also asking. So just so that you know, I did ask a similar question. And so for example, I think the way we envisioned it right now is that there would be one third-party entity that would receive all of the funds. However, let's just say, there just happens to be two strong entities that we may decide we'd rather split and give two grants out, maybe for Northern California, Southern California, or something like that. I mean, we just don't want to make it too complicated. According to what the staff have said, that is possible to do. The RFA will be written in such a way that we can decide at that time if we want to grant more than one intermediary. But I think our preference is to keep it simpler and just try to see if we could find one entity. And I do want to also acknowledge what you said about, the idea that if a third party were to get it, that they should be able to quickly, once the agreement is signed, they should be able to quickly disperse funds. I have that assumption too, but I don't want to necessarily put it in writing. I mean, that's the hope, is that they won't necessarily wait till they get the money from us, but that they have the kind of the cushion to be able to start getting it out. And then when they get the money from us, they'll be made whole again. Although, some may choose to disagree with the assumption, but.
Yeah. And then under the, going further down, under the staff workload, there's a statement here that says similar responsibilities to option 2 without the need to hire additional staff. And so when it said similar, I was trying to quickly stay in the conversation, but also determine this is not indicating that we'd have the same amount of work. It says similar except for the hiring of additional staff. Because I'm of the mindset that if we write it and have someone else facilitating, monitoring this grant, that it greatly cuts down a staff and commission workload.
Yes, and that's correct. Also, I just want to, I just realized, thank you, Commissioner Sinai, for pointing this out. I want to also make a clarification. We are not looking for a fiscal sponsor, but we are looking for a re-granting organization. So it is going to be a third-party intermediary who will receive all of the funds and then re-grant out all of the funds, and not a fiscal sponsor.
So back, I don't know if you got that question answered, Commissioner Turner, regarding the clarification there. On the last question, you were just asking about the similar to
staff
option. Yeah, the staff one. I was thinking that maybe Marcy might be able to address that statement.
Yes, thank you. All those steps would still need to be followed. However, we're looking at just managing one grantee versus numerous, like 50 or 100.
I guess that is, thank you, Marcy. I guess that's what I don't understand. If indeed we're going to have one outside third-party entity handling this, I'm trying to see under all of the bullet points required, we're still wanting to be involved in how they handle their administration, facilitate, oversee the signatures. We're still wanting to maintain.
No, sorry. So that would just be for the selected third-party entity. So the commission would still need to go to RFA to be able to select a third-party entity. We'd still have to review grant applications. It would be likely a much smaller pool if we're just going to be selecting one entity. So that review time is shorter, but we still would have to do a review of grant applications to then select an applicant, have the commission approve. We'd still have to go through the awarding process through the state to be able to distribute funds. So there's still those steps. We wouldn't be overseeing it's just all of these steps would be repeated as many times. Oh, did my internet just cut out?
No, we hear you. Yes.
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay. Would need to be repeated, especially the administrative side for if there were, let's say, 50 awardees, you'd have to go through that many times.
So it's similar but minimized. We would do it once for the,
yes.
And sometimes we do it over and over. Okay, great.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh.
Thank you, Marcy.
I think maybe Freddie wanted to add something to that. Sorry.
Hang on, Freddie. Unless you're going to directly answer what Ms. Kaplan said.
Oh, we can't hear.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the subcommittee for this very helpful document. I would like to suggest that you add two things in the considerations column. One, which someone mentioned earlier, is the ease of access element. In other words, the grantees, how easy is it for grantees that we might hope would be successful in getting the funds? How easy is it going to be for them to apply and obtain funding if it goes through a third party? And the second is, and this is based on an earlier conversation and perhaps even input from a caller in an earlier conversation about this, but we had a conversation about conflicts of interest and how we would deal with a situation where the one grantee or two grantees were also lobbying us, for lack of a better term, to put district lines in certain places. How is it going to look? And I mean, I suppose you could put this under public perception and litigation risk, but we might also break it out. But just more focus on those potential conflicts of interest and how we might need what we might need to deal with and how we might need to deal with it. But yeah, the table itself is a really helpful tool for us. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Kennedy. We'll certainly incorporate those in the table, and we did talk about those. Well, the first one, to your point about ease, well, I'll come back to that one because I think that was sort of, ease was a big, I'll make this comment about ease. We felt like ease was a really, really important one in informing which option we chose, because at the end of the day, we would want it to be easy for people. And so we both have opinions about that on these two options. And then to your point about conflict of interest, we would use the RFA to address that piece. And so we would have to spell out in the RFA, what people wouldn't be able to do, much like us as commissioners. We agreed that as commissioners, or by becoming commissioners, we gave up our right to run for elected office for the next decade. I still keep asking myself, why did I do that? But is in terms of the RFA, we can spell out the criteria and some of these concerns. And then when people apply, that might eliminate a group that has a desire to lobby us, in a particular way. But that would be a way that we could put that front and center and have that be a part of the application process and consideration set in terms of who actually ends up getting awarded.
And if I could also add, so Commissioner Kennedy, I do want to just acknowledge that was something, the ease of, or the accessibility of smaller groups and some of the groups that, normally don't get access to this. That was a very big concern of Commissioner Lamont's. I share that as well too. And he was very, quite adamant and wanted to make sure that we would not inadvertently eliminate some of those groups if we went to a larger entity. I think what helped was when Deputy Director Hernandez and Ms. Kaplan both said we can write into the RFA the requirement that any third-party entity would need to be able to reach those specific kinds of organizations, so that then the concerns that we had would be addressed in those ways, because that was certainly a very, prominent concern that we had. So that is at least one intent. The other intent that we thought we could do too is once we do take action and start along the, once the RFA becomes public, what we can also do is to start letting community-based organizations, and I think we could do this through our zones, start letting community-based organizations know that this is going to be coming, and if they want to apply, that they should be looking out for when the grant applications from the third party are going to come out. That's one of the other ways that we were thinking that we could ensure that even some of the smaller organizations would be given that opportunity. One of the other things that I would say is one consideration we talked about is to give priority to certain, kinds of organizations, so that we can make sure that those smaller, those ones reaching the hard to reach communities will be considered. The other thing that I want to mention in terms of your question, I'm sorry, I'm totally like blanking on your second question. I had a
conflicts of interest.
Oh yes, okay, I remember now. It was the Black Redistricting and Census Hub, Black Census and Redistricting Hub that brought up the point that you mentioned, because I remember that was what was in my mind when I was thinking about the conflicts of interest. And I remember one of the things that they said is their recommendation to us was that we do go third party, because they said it would be a little awkward if they're lobbying us, for, the kind of things, the district lines and just really communities of interest. And at the same time, we're also, they're looking for money from us as well, too, if we're giving out the grants directly. So that was definitely something that we were also considering as well, too.
Commissioner Fernandez, I have you in the queue, but I want to see if Director Seha wanted to speak directly to what Ms. Kaplan had to say.
Thank you so much. I had to log out and log in. I think Commissioner Lamons hit it on the head, and he captured everything I wanted to say. Just that as commissioners or as a body, you will not be losing control over the guidelines for the grants if you do it externally versus internally. And so the RFA then becomes so important because you'll be able to dictate the parameters for those grants and make sure that those dollars go to those smaller organizations that are hard to reach.
Thank you, Commissioner. Oh, I'm sorry.
You have a lot of hands up.
Yeah, trying to get there. Did you have a response, Commissioner Kutagawa? Commissioner Fernandez?
Okay. Yes, thank you very much for all the work that you put into it. And I guess it's obvious to me which option you would recommend. And unfortunately, it's opposite the option I wanted. But I understand how going with one does make sense. But I also don't understand, or I don't feel comforted by someone telling me that I don't lose my control over how the grants will be awarded, because once the award is made to the third party, I mean, how are we going to ensure that then they are making that their process is objective and fair and not conflict? I mean, I was sitting back going, well, there could be like a hybrid to this where you have one third party that you give all the money to, but then also have one of our staff members involved in the process so that they can ensure that it is a wide-reaching process. Because again, my fear is that those that aren't in the coalition or whatever we want to call it may be overlooked and not know about it. So I think that was just my biggest concern is, I really do want to make sure it gets out to as many as possible, or at least as many as possible community-based organizations, big or small, find out about this and do really have an equal chance or access to being awarded a grant. So that was it. Thank you.
Could we have maybe either Ms. Kaplan or Deputy Director Hernandez speak about that? Because that was, Commissioner Fernandez, that was very much a concern that both Commissioner Lamont and I had.
Yeah, before Ms. Kaplan speaks, I just want to say in every, and not, that concern remains, Commissioner Fernandez, and that was at the forefront of every meeting for me that we were in, and we had multiple meetings. I do feel like to Mr. Seja's position is we do have quite a bit of, well, we have the ability to set the parameters and to set the expectations and to enforce. We do have that ability. Now, whether or not the third party breaches is a different story, right? So we wouldn't have, that's where we lose control if someone doesn't act in good faith and doesn't do the right thing, right? But in terms of establishing a process and establishing the criteria, like, we will determine that. And we will outline that in the RFA, and then anyone who is applying to be the recipient of the resources to distribute on our behalf, or on behalf of, on behalf of the commission, is the way we choose them is by them demonstrating, as they would in any of the other people that we're hiring, through an RFA or an RFP process, to be able to actually deliver on. So I would imagine that we would want them to demonstrate how would they reach these communities that are hard to reach. Like, how will they get the word out to them? How will that happen? So they'd have to have some kind of a marketing or outreach plan as a part of their response. And then in our reviewing it, we may feel like this organization is well intended, but wholly inadequate in really doing what we want them to do. I think from that perspective is to the degree that we have, for lack of a better term, control over what ends up happening. Ms. Kaplan.
I'm just going to say you're much more trusting than me, Commissioner Lamont. It must be my background.
I would also say, given our very, very public kind of meetings and our discussions that we would have if there was a breach of what our expectations are, I don't think that a entity of the size that would most likely apply for this kind of grant would not want that kind of danger to their public reputation. And I think that they would, as best as they can, honor what we're trying to do. And I think that's really part of our leverage that we'll have in terms of ensuring what we would like to see happen. Ms. Kaplan or Deputy Director?
And just to, echoing that methodology, including that in our
Ms. Kaplan, your internet is spotty. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me? Okay, now. Oh. Okay. Can you hear me? Okay. Just echoing that methodology, but then also ensuring that we integrate the right amount of oversight into the RFA and the grant agreement, so that it's not like we're giving talk to them till it's all done. It's setting up that process along the way. Is my internet out again? Sorry. Setting up that process along the way that we're, as they go through those steps, there's check-in with staff or potential ongoing reporting. So there's flexibility in how we want to look at that, and while also weighing that it's not overly burdensome, but to the degree in which we still have that type of control of, not necessarily control, but continue to
Oversight.
maintain oversight through that process, and it also allows for an opportunity for commissioners to have updates along the way on the work that they're doing and the partners on the ground as well.
Deputy Executive Director Hernandez, did you have something to add as a reply?
No, Marcy covered it all. Thank you.
Commissioner Sadwani, then Commissioner Fornashari, then Commissioner Turner.
Thank you, and thank you so much to the subcommittee for all of your work on this and for continuing to advance it. I think I've said before, and I'll reiterate again, that I prefer the third-party option. And of course, as laid out by this discussion, setting those parameters in the RFA, my greatest concern has to do with process. As we heard this morning during our VRA training, process is what is considered by the courts if and when our maps are challenged. If we were to re-grant these ourselves, we undoubtedly will have to deny some grants, right? We have a finite amount of resources here. What message does it send when we deny those grants, right? So at a certain point, when we reach our limit and have no more money to give, what does that then say to those communities who do not receive such a grant? I fear that it leaves open the door for litigation that we don't need. It could be fine, potentially it could be within the mission of our commission to become a granting organization, right? Certainly community outreach is a part of our mission, but that the law never says anything about us actually giving out those funds ourselves or making determinations about which communities are worthy or deserving of those funds and which are not. And so I am cautious. I'm extraordinarily cautious in that regard. I think it could be challenged in the long run once we have maps completed, and I'm just not sure that I want us to be the commission to have to test that. I feel like this is a little bit of a mission creep for us, moving into a new territory. To me personally, I do not want oversight. Once we find a third-party organization, I would say let's set the parameters in the RFA, send the money off, and trust that we are selecting a re-granting organization that will do excellent outreach and re-granting with these funds. So that continues to be my position.
I have a response to that. That was, it's interesting because as I hear that, I think I understand the separation, but I think even as I heard you articulate those points, I think we're going to be subject to it either option. Maybe less so with one, but I think the case can be made because number one, we're the first ones to do this, right? So I just want to, I'm kind of checking in with you on this, Commissioner Sadwani, because I think that is presented potentially as an argument for going for the third party option. But at the same time, when I hear that, I go, I don't think just going third party necessarily is a full remedy based upon what you've laid out. I'm not saying I'm in disagreement with you at all, because I am not, but I think it raises the bigger question that I don't think we've raised, is whether we should be doing it at all. And so in hearing you just now, I mean, everything we've talked about up until this moment has the presupposition that this is something we should do. And having just, listened very open to what you just said, I go, well, this begs a different question. Now I have a position on what I think, how I feel about that question, but I think it's certainly a question worth begging to all of us.
I agree with you on that, Commissioner Lamont, and I invite the commission to think about that. And that being said, I certainly support community groups having access to funds in general. I am concerned about the optics of what it means for the commission to be giving those funds. And I agree with
We have Commissioner Fornashari, Commissioner Turner, and then Chief Counsel Marshall.
Wow, that was a great conversation. Excellent points that were brought up. I just want to take a second to thank the committee for the work they did on this, really thoughtful work, and especially the way that you presented it back to us in format that was just easy to read through and kind of get all the highlighted points. So thank you for your hard work and for the staff and their hard work.
Commissioner Turner.
I wanted to just kind of ask a question and respond. I know for sure, and if this isn't this part of the conversation, I brought this same question up, I think, before. And for me, we have to include this in the conversation. The last point, whether we should be doing it all, is one that sticks with me. But prior to that, we've talked about, of course, wanting a wide reach. We want to make sure that we are both working with coalitions that I think are coalitions based on their success level. We know that anytime there is outreach to organize or to community, that there are varied levels of effectiveness of the actual work depending on what the outreach is. We have statistics that tell us if someone's touched directly through conversation that there may be up to a 65% actual response rate, as opposed to just dropping a flyer or a leaflet or something else where it may only be a 15-20% response rate. And beyond wanting it to be broad and inclusive of everyone, I think we want it also to be effective. Having said that, we have to at some point determine what are the deliverables? What are we asking people to do to even know if what we're asking them to do, individuals can be effective, not just receive the grant. There are tons of great folk out there, people that don't get an opportunity to be a part of coalitions, people that are, et cetera. But until we name what we're expecting the community partners to do, I think that we'll create something that we will not be able necessarily to track, or we've not necessarily built in a process to hold whatever our expectations are. So each time I've asked, what will be the deliverables? What is the expectation? It was mentioned on this call, we should start now going to the community partners and start saying, we may have money available that's coming up, start thinking about it, and in the time I've broached that, it was like the answers that I knew would come. Great, what's the deliverables? What is the expectation? What does success look like? And I've not heard us name that just yet.
So, Commissioner Turner, we did talk about that. We talked about it in a couple different ways and did not include that in the process because we didn't want to we didn't include it in this because we didn't want to get in front of the outreach strategy, which is forthcoming. But those deliverables would be pulled directly from the commission approved outreach strategies, which have deliverables that community will be delivering upon. And these resources would be designed to support those deliverables. So, I could give some examples, but again, that's being designed with the overall outreach strategy. So if you think about it in terms of the outreach strategy will have the kind of detail that you're referencing. And then these resources would support those outcomes that we're looking for from our outreach strategy that the community would be delivering for us or supporting us in delivering as well, because I think it isn't just one or the other. In some cases, it's an augmentation of a deliverable. It may be a deeper penetration of a particular deliverable. We've talked about even some of the overlap with the language access subcommittee and the interpretation versus translation. Like if one of the deliverables is translating into some of those languages we know we won't be choosing to do as a broad commission, but there's a small community somewhere who needs that kind of support and needs the resource to do it, that would be an example as well. So I think the clue or the answers to your question really lie in the outreach plan.
Thank you. And I want to say, follow up with that. I appreciate that. I think though, for us to continue, because it's closely related. In my mind, it's extremely closely related. And even if a deliverable, thank you for giving the example as one of being providing interpretation services that, not of the list that we're going to go with or what have you. And then what? Is it that now we've done the interpretation and we're just expecting flyers to be passed out? All of that makes a difference, even in our third party, the person that's going to hold it, as far as how much you talked and how much administration, how much follow up, confirming, because when you're giving out grant money, you're also following up or some evidence of did you do what you say you're going to do. I don't have the same distrust of whatever third party vendor we use. I think they do what they do because they desire to ensure that there is fairness in the process. I just think that if, as we're building it, we don't have a sense of knowing, is it just a matter of asking people to dial into our hearings X number of times, X number of meetings on their own, just passing out flyers, putting the information on a grocery bag, all of that looks like different sort of activity that has to be tracked. And it makes a difference in whether or not the saturation rate and the response rate is going to be back to our initial goals that we named, or if indeed it needs to be even broader because what we're asking people to deliver won't get us the goals that we're asking for.
I understand.
I have Chief Counsel Marshall, Commissioner Anderson, and then Commissioner Toledo.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is just a quick comment in regards to Commissioner Lamont's comment to Commissioner Sawani. He's definitely on point in regards to the commission's liability. Whether we choose option 1 or 2, the commission is not free of liability when it comes to anything that goes awry. And in addition, in regards to the intent of the commission, I'm listening to the conversation going back and forth in regards to the commission's involvement, whether it's a contract, a grant, or whatever type of agreement that we have with a third party. Ultimately, it's up to you all to make the decision how much you're going to be involved. You set the parameters, you set the oversight. So it's not an issue of we're just dumping this off to a third party and we just walk away. And if I'm incorrect about what I'm saying, then if Ms. Kaplan or Deputy Director Hernandez can help out with that. But I'm assuming and I'm sure that there's going to be some significant involvement, and significant oversight. And that's it.
Commissioner Anderson?
Thank you. I sort of waited at the end here because sure enough, most people have said many of the things I was going to say. Commissioner Forniciari, how he said, the whole presentation has been put together very well organized. And I was hoping that Commissioner Turner would bring up deliverables. Thank you very much. The liability is an issue also. Then I'm coming around to the deliverables and the when we want what. And from Commissioner Lamont's, and please correct me on this if that's not what you were saying, but I'm sort of interpreting this as that specific part basically dovetails with the outreach plan. And it's kind of like we can't actually essentially flush out that the RFA, the scope of the RFA, the particulars of the RFA, until the outreach plan is put together.
Correct. And that's forthcoming. That there's a presentation on the outreach plan that's forthcoming, I believe, in this meeting, and in our conversations with staff, including Deputy Executive Hernandez. The expectation was if we went that route, the RFA route, that a draft would be this period between this meeting and the subsequent meeting from a process point of view, that draft would be put together so that that kind of detail that you're looking for would be there. So we kept our focus on the grant process as opposed to the content, knowing that the content, no matter which option we went with, would be driven by the outreach plan.
Great, thank you. And on that, as I see this, that's going to be a very tough RFA to write because it depends on at what timing all this fits. Is this time when we're looking around for our communities of interest, really participation? Does this hit, and how long does it take from the time we say, here is our proposal, here it is, until it actually gets posted? And that is a contract question, because we've all been, unfortunately, all too intimately involved with getting, we think it's done and it still hasn't gone all the way through legal and all the way through DSA and all the way until it's actually posted and people can start bidding on it. And that time frame is what I'm very concerned about here, in terms of by the time we get that done, where are we really going to be? Because again, as the line drawing, we proposed all sorts of schedules, and they keep on getting a little shifted back. And so I'm concerned about that RFA in terms of it really depends on when in the whole process of all this that we'll be able to actually get a proposal and hence money to the people who get contracts and then be able to actually start working on deliverables. So can you talk, I think Director Hernandez, I believe, has probably been working the closest on this, but I don't know in terms of if he's had time to go over the actual contract details and time frame of that. So I don't want to bring a wet blanket, but I'm very concerned about putting all this all together because it's something that we've talked about for a long time. We all have great intentions on. We've done a lot of work. I'm just sort of, there are so many pieces involved. I'd like to kind of have a realistically look at our timing on everything. So,
if I may, Chair, respond to that. We have been working on the timeline, and you have a copy of that. The RFA, we're starting with a template from another agency's RFA, similar to what we've done. In our research, we found a number of different agencies that issued grants. And so we're going to piggyback off of what they've done and format them like that. As far as the criteria, that is something that we have in our goals. Goals 2 and 3 really identify the criteria that we want these grantees to follow. So in that sense, we have some of that information there ready to go. We're hoping to have the terms and conditions follow the contracting guidelines, similar to the previous or other contracts. And we will be working with legal. We've already reached out to other agencies that will be involved, whether there's DGS or state controllers, just to let them know this is what we're working on to help the process along. So we're trying to do as much due diligence ahead of time, but it is contingent on a decision being made on which route we go. I mean, the RFA will be one part of it. We'll get that going, but we need to know, is it going to be a third party, or is it going to be in-house? And that's really, we didn't want to get ahead of ourselves, to be honest with you. We did a number of times that we had to come back and say, are we going this route or that route? So, many of those conversations have been had.
Commissioner Toledo and Commissioner Yee.
My question was similar to Commissioner Anderson about clarity around the time frame and whether, because I see the next step is for the commission to vote on the structure, which would be on the February 8th and 9th meeting. I think this meeting would be voting on the outreach plan, but at some point we need to bring the RFA to the public and get public input. And it's a tight time frame is what I'm thinking. So I'm just, and if we go one route, it's a very the two RFAs will be very, very different depending on what route we take. And so I know it's we have two very difficult decisions, I think, but we need the decision on the structure before we can go on to the substance of that RFA and have the staff work on that RFA. And so I'm just wondering if the February 8th, voting on the structure on February 8th pushes out our ability to work on the RFA. And I just wonder if that's.
Can I speak to that, Chair?
Yeah, thank you.
So no, it doesn't. And we've tried to be very strategic. So when we met, we didn't just meet about all the content that we provided today in the form of the table, but we also talked a lot about processes and timelines and feasibility. And part of our motivation for coming with what we hope to, and it sounds like, and we thank you for the positive feedback that we've gotten on the presentation. That was our goal, is being fellow commissioners, we know what we want. So we said we got to be succinct and clear. We don't have a lot of time. And so we have to anticipate what our fellow commissioners need to see in order to feel comfortable making a decision. And so that is what informed how we approached the layout of what we presented today. The second thing we considered was this ticking clock, and we knew that it was a very short timeline. And so we came to this being strategic in that we wanted to make sure we respect Bagley team. We wanted to make sure we respect the public's ability to give input, and we intentionally did not come today to ask for a vote. And we pro and con that. And we decided that we wouldn't ask for a vote today, but we would start to set some things in motion depending on which way we went. We'd be ready come the 8th. So the behind the scenes preparation for whichever one of those structures is already, the ingredients are being laid out, so to speak, so that whatever decision we make, the trigger can be pulled, and we're not waiting until that decision, until the next step. So we really tried to be very thoughtful with the support of staff. And even if you recollect Executive Director Claypool's report earlier on the budget, there's even been some foreshadowing with future groups that need to look at certain things that this could be coming down the pike. So there is sort of the foundational groundwork being laid so that it wouldn't be sequential per se. Hopefully that answers your question and concern there around timeline. So it doesn't change the fact that it is a tight timeline. That is real. And what it just simply says is we recognize that in the meetings that we've been having over the last couple of weeks, and really tried to roll this out in a way that respected that ticking clock and would give us the opportunity to keep things moving.
If I could also quickly just add one more thing in terms of the timeline. I want to say my experience with certain kinds of grant type of opportunities, I would even say, with this whole COVID vaccine kind of appointment system, what we're being told is, or what I've seen with like some of the, COVID relief funds is get signed up. When it opens, you'll be informed. And so I think our perspective also is, we know that there's going to be all these things that we're going to be needing to do, but we want to just start getting the word out so people are aware, so that they could be looking out for it. The details to come, but just, it's kind of like, when you put out a save the date, so people just kind of have it in their mind, and then they could be looking out for it. And I think that's what we're also trying to simultaneously do, and have all these different parts moving along. I think what I'll also do is maybe ask Deputy Director Hernandez to also perhaps chime in on what you just asked Commissioner Toledo, because he's been really helpful to us in terms of understanding just kind of the pace at which, is going to be possible. And he and Marcy are the ones that I think we're looking at both best case and also being realistic about timeline as well too.
Go ahead, Deputy.
Thank you. So in that regards, we are working behind the scenes on drafting that RFA that I mentioned a minute ago. And we have plan A, we have a plan B. Plan A is a very aggressive plan. Should we need more time, the commission need more time to evaluate, review, we'll allocate the necessary time for that. We want to make sure we get it right, not that we do it fast. So in that sense, we're trying to make sure that we have all the elements ready at the next meeting. We're hoping to have something for you to review, whether it's a skeleton of an RFA or the actual first draft of the RFA. Either way, it's something for you to take a look at, something tangible, and that we can then post for others to take a look at as well and provide public comment.
So quick follow-up. Can I ask a follow-up question on that?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Is that, are you preparing a draft RFA or a skeletal RFA, as you called it, for both the plan option 1 and option 2, or just one that, because the two are so different? I'm just, the scope of work is so different. I'm just curious as to whether you're.
Yes. So to answer your question, yes. We are preparing the RFA. A lot of the elements, regardless of which route we go, will be the same. The criteria that we're looking for, the time frames that we're looking at, all that information will be very similar, whether it's a third party or we do it in-house. Now, there might be some differences with the in-house on the timing of it, because we'll need to extend the time frame for that. But we'll make those considerations at the time when the commission decides whether we go third party or in-house. But again, the majority of the content will be similar in format, so it shouldn't delay it whether we go one way or the other.
I have you, Commissioner Yee, Sinai, and Anderson, but we have a decision to make. We're right at our mandatory break. It looks like there's still some life in this conversation with Commissioner Yee, Sinai, and Anderson wanting to make a comment. But we need to take that break, or we have to be allowed by staff to go beyond that. So, Christian, you guys need a break. It looks like a break. Looks like we're going to need to come back for about 15, 30 more minutes.
That's fine, Chair. How much? Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so we're going to be able to continue, and we're also going to have to allow for public comment. Commissioner Yee, Commissioner Sinai, Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. Just a
I
way
think
on
council's trying to say something. I'm sorry, Commissioner
go
Yee.
ahead.
I think council might be trying to chime in on a process issue.
Sure.
Thank you, Commissioner Lamont. Actually, I have to leave at 4:30, and so I don't know if that assists with making a decision on whether or not you guys want to continue. But if you do decide to continue, any questions that you may have, I can address tomorrow.
It's a great question. Out of process, are we obligated to conclude a meeting without our council present? Do we have to conclude? Can we go forward?
We still have Ms. Johnson, but ultimately it's a prerogative. It's not a requirement, but Ms. Johnson is available. However, there are some issues that I actually want to make sure I chime in on. So,
would you be able to address those issues tomorrow? Because I think this still would be related to Deputy Executive Director Hernandez's report.
Yes, tomorrow.
Okay, then I think that we should continue for the sake of continuity.
Thank you.
Commissioner Yee?
Thank you. Just to weigh in quickly. So in the decision between in-house and third party, I keep thinking of the experience that we've learned that the census has had with third party work. And, this is the first time I've had an inside baseball look at the census. And I was just stunned by how much they depended on outside contractors and regranting organizations. Also, just pleased by how well that seemed to go, And as we've made contact with various regional groups and nonprofits, wow, it's been heartwarming to me to meet up with and hear from just wonderful people and organizations so fully and positively motivated to advance all the same things we care about. And so, so I'm very optimistic. If we do go with the third party route, I'm very optimistic that that will go well. I also think it does insulate us helpfully from a certain level of decision making back and forth. I mean, ultimately, yes, we are absolutely responsible for everything that happens, whether we do it directly or through a third party. But I think having a third party in that loop does serve us well. I also can easily imagine if we go in-house, the additional overhead and effort that will lead us to that will not serve us well. So for those reasons, I'm certainly leaning towards third party.
Commissioner Sinai?
Sorry, I couldn't find my mouse. Thank you. Just a couple of things. As you all know, these are my colleagues who will probably be the third party. I've worked in the grant making world for 25 plus years, and I think they will. The outreach committee back in December talked to a lot of the potential third parties, and they, it'll take them some time, but they have those relationships. Depends which one of the groups we go with, and the census and the fires and COVID have all given a lot of the local organizations experience on doing regranting. So I think if we go the route of going to a third party, that's the type of experience we're going to be wanting to look at, is have you regranted quickly based on, the fires, COVID, and the census. And if we did it ourselves, then the criteria would be a different one. I did want to say one of the thoughts is there's always going to be a group or something we do where all of a sudden we need an interpreter, we need a group to do something. And so I would encourage us to think about, when you're looking at the regranting budget, to pull out, make a recommendation to pull out a couple $100,000 so that we can make grants, or that we can make, they're not called grants. I forgot what the under $10,000 ones were, but looking at it as an opportunity to help support, if we keep that commitment that all organizations that help us, will pay them the cost of doing the work. I do think that one of the other pieces we might want to put in the RFA is for them to share with us how they may be able to leverage the funding. I know in the conversations, several of the groups said, "Oh, we could easily leverage this money and get additional money from the community." But $2 million is not, $2 million. 1 million isn't going to go very far. 2 million is not going to go very far in the state of California for outreach, especially when you look at what the census did. But a lot of entities can, if we go third party, could leverage additional funds. But I agree with Commissioner Yee. I have no qualms with the groups that we would probably partner with. They're going to go above and beyond what our expectations are. And so I think we can have confidence in that. Thank you for all your hard work.
Commissioner Anderson?
In what I said before, I totally missed over a very important part. Commissioner Sodwani, again, very eloquently, as she usually does, said brought the issue to full light shining on it, the liability. This is a big issue. And I would there's a great need for it. Thank God for the group who did it for the 2010. I really wish this was someone else doing it and not us, because I would hate to get to the point where we've done all the work, we've done our maps, and then someone says, yeah, but you know what? Look at the way they did that money, and it was all tainted. It only went one way. And throw it all out. And I would really be anxious to hear what Chief Counsel Marshall has to say about this, because third party certainly is a different liability. And then that all depends on how that RFA is written. And it's a very deep concern, and I don't think we should just discount it. I know we'd like to have, and I'm trying to think, is there another way we could do this? It's kind of the same with the COI tool, which is very important and going to make our lives so much easier. But think of the liability that would be if we were having to develop that tool versus the legislature is having the statewide database to develop that tool. I certainly wish there was another way that this grant could be done, not by us. And I don't know if that's been considered and kicked around. I know all this work's been happening, and I think we could do this. I'm just very concerned about that liability. So I wanted to bring that up.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. Any other commissioners with a question or statement? All right, seeing none, it's my suggestion then that we take public comment. Before we go there, so Commissioners Akutagawa and Commissioner Lamont, I'm to understand that you want us to take this information, process it, and be prepared to make a vote or to have an action item on at our next meeting on the 8th.
Mm-hmm. Yes. It would be, yes, that would be our official move. I'd like us, we could do it before or after public comment, but I would like us to do a little, where people are kind of leaning.
Okay, and
we'll tell you our recommendation too.
that's what. So then, since it is your baby, you want to take public comment before your recommendation and before we feel the temperature of the room, or do you want to give that to us now?
Commissioner Kutagawa?
I'm fine either way. I think one of the commissioners has already commented that they think they already know where we're leaning.
Let's hear from the public. Let's hear from the public.
Thank you, Jesse. If you can invite in the public regarding agenda item 9J.
In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the commissioners will be taking public comment by phone. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. The telephone number is 877-853-5247. When prompted, enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed. It is 976-7934-9222 for this week's meeting. When prompted to enter our participant ID, simply press pound. Once you have dialed in, you will be placed in a queue from which a moderator will begin unmuting callers to submit their comments. You will also hear an automated message to press *9. Please do this to raise your hand, indicating you wish to comment. When it is your turn to speak, the moderator will unmute you, and you will hear an automated message that says, "The host would like you to talk," and to press *6 to speak. Providing your name is not required, but if you would like to, please state and spell it for the record. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you are waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak, and again, please turn down the live stream volume. These instructions are also located on the website. The Commission is taking public comment on item 9J at this time.
Thank you, Jesse. If we get a caller, please invite them in, and we'll be asking your services shortly one more time for general comment.
I thought the phones were going to be ringing off the hook on this one, but I guess we can do whatever we want.
Commissioner Sadowani, I didn't want to, but I expected, I didn't want to feel like we couldn't keep our commitment to staff, but I had anticipated a few, but our timer is not up yet.
People are cooking dinner.
Chair Taylor, I'm expecting that we're probably going to get some comments in the interim between this meeting and the next meeting. And that is something that Commissioner Lamons and I had anticipated. And that's why we went with this particular cadence so that we would also allow community members to also comment and weigh in on what we're proposing or what we've presented, because we figured that it was going to be of great interest to a lot of people. So,
Commissioner Kudogawa, I think that this is a proper cadence. I would be all for this format again. It gives people an opportunity to digest that information and to come back. And I also think they'll be able to address it during Deputy Executive Director Hernandez's report as well. So there's a few touch points that they can address this issue, and so we can get a robust response. So for the moment, seeing no one in the queue, we can sort of move towards your recommendation and a straw poll.
Awesome. Well, we're recommending a third party approach. I was slow to adopt to that model. I was very adamant about an in-house approach from the very beginning. And I had a ton of questions, of course, in the first, probably too much to Ms. Kaplan's chagrin. But they were patient with me and very, very responsive. Both Ms. Kaplan and Deputy Executive Director Hernandez were awesome in our meetings and their thoroughness and really wanting to understand our concerns and really get us the information that we felt we needed. So again, I can't speak highly enough of the process itself. And so after looking at everything, Commissioner Kudogawa and myself felt like the third party also took into consideration many of the things that we had heard from many of you. So it wasn't that the subcommittee felt it was our decision, but we really wanted to make sure that we were not just looking at the information provided to us, but thinking about what we'd heard, et cetera, and taking all that together, we were prepared to recommend that we go with the third party option. Commissioner Kudogawa, I don't know if you'd like to add anything.
I just want to say this was actually really a quite enjoyable process. I think one of the things that Commissioner Lamons did is really challenged all of us to think, really differently about it. And I would say not unlike what Commissioner Sadowani just did in terms of what she said about the kind of the liabilities. I think this is what makes these conversations so interesting and really exploring both options. And so I also want to note that once Commissioner Lamons made a decision that the third party option would be the way to go, he was all in, and the questions that he asked were quite pointed in terms of ensuring that we had, in being able to communicate, that we had clearly thought through all of the details. I also want to just say that I know I think Deputy Director Hernandez and Ms. Kaplan, I do want to say that I think at one point they probably were ready to kill us, only because there were times when we just said, do you think you could have this information for us by tomorrow? We were literally like, we really want this for next week. So how quickly can you turn this around? So I just want to just say that they were really great in terms of answering all of the things that we had asked about. What are the what ifs? We asked a lot of what if questions, and they went and researched everything to anticipate these questions that you also had as well too. And so we just wanted to make sure that when we were able to answer, we would be able to do so as thoroughly as we could.
Thank you. Thank you for your thoroughness. We do have one caller Jesse, can you invite our caller in before we move to our informal poll?
Caller, if you could please press stars. Oh. Good afternoon, caller. If you would like to share your name, please state and spell it.
Renee Westa Lusk, RENEEWESTA. There's a hyphen and then it's LUSK. I just have one question regarding the grant funds. Will they be distributed throughout all different types of communities, or will it be just all be urban areas?
I think we're getting it's. They'll be distributed throughout.
Yeah.
It would be not limited to just one community or area. Our thought is to service all of California.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So say, commissioners, maybe with a thumbs up or a head nod, who is in favor of in-house administration of a grant process? A lot of excitement about an in-house process. All right, commissioners, with a thumb raise or a head nod, who would be in favor of a third-party administration of a grant process? So we sort of see our leanings and where our deliberations might be over the coming weeks based on the materials we have, and we're still open to input from public comment and from the community. With that said, we'll move towards recess. Jesse, if you can read general comments for public comments for general items.
In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the commissioners will be taking public comment by phone. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. The telephone number is 877-853-5247. When prompted, enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed. It is 976-7934-9222 for this week's meeting. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press pound. Once you have dialed in, you will be placed in a queue from which a moderator will begin unmuting callers to submit their comments. You will also hear an automated message to press star 9. Please do this to raise your hand, indicating that you wish to comment. When it is your turn to speak, the moderator will unmute you, and you will hear an automated message that says the host would like you to talk and to press star 6 to speak. Providing your name is not required, but if you would like to, please state and spell it for the record. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you are waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak, and again, please turn down the live stream volume. These instructions are also located on the website. The Commission is taking general public comment at this time.
Thank you, Jesse. And if we get a caller, please invite them in. All right, Jesse, looks like we have a caller. Can you invite them in, please?
Hi. Hi, this is Helen Hutchison, HELEN HUTCHISON, with the League of Women Voters of California. And I just had a really quick comment. I just wanted to make sure that if you're going to act on this at the February 8th meeting on your grant program, that the RFP is posted for I would hope that a week before that, so that we all have time to review it and give you substantive comment. Thanks very much.
Thank you. All right, another minute or so. Give everyone an opportunity to call in. Commissioner Sinai?
I just wanted to let you all know that Dr. Shirley Weber has been confirmed as Secretary of State.
Thank you. All right, seeing no one else in the queue and no other commissioners' comments from a very cool and brisk Southern California, I'll see you guys tomorrow at 9:30, January 27th, where we will resume our meeting. You guys have a good evening.